I wonder what's happening when like AnCap Doggo sees this, because like I feel like I mean I actually don't know him that well, but like I feel like he will understand. Like, okay, this is like literally
KingSithis
God
is now
gets it,
live
like,
streaming
right,
World
for
of
some reason.
Warcraft. Talk to AnCaps.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, I hope like he's like, I don't know. I just hope something happens to God gift.
We'll see.
Something is there.
But I'm live streaming, so today we are playing some Elder Scrolls Online because I wanted to try it out. But we are in the politics, religion, and politics Discord. We are basically doing another Talk to AnCaps room, and if any AnCap or any person wants to come in and have a conversation with us, they are more than welcome to.
Unless it's specific individuals we don't have a liking for.
Yes, unless I don't like you. So
They know who they are.
well, anyways, yeah, we'll just see if anybody joins up. I think because I don't really know what to do, I think I'm gonna just play a different game. Let's see.
Giving up immediately.
Yeah, because I don't really know what to do right now in that game, so I think I'm gonna like learn what I need to do, and it's not closing. Why?
Wow.
So I'm gonna go play a game that I do know what to do, which is World of Warcraft.
Wow. Just gives it up and goes to the easier. Does the easier thing.
I mean, yeah, I'm taking the easy way out right now. I'm gonna be honest, but that's sometimes, you know, I don't think there's anything wrong with taking the easy way out. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that if you can do more work with less effort, I think that's always a good thing from my perspective.
Mm.
You know,
Do more work with less effort.
yeah.
I mean, there's not an inherent problem with it.
You know, like fundamentally, a lot of people, they'll be like, oh, making technology that makes us do more with less effort is going to make us more lazier, or it's not good for us, or this and that. Whereas I'm more on the side of like, fuck it. Like, if you don't want to use it, you don't have to. You know what I mean? So
It's like, I don't know if I'd say it's a fallacy, if it is as an informal one, but it's this like argument that goes something like, if we as humans have access to technology that can sort of make our lives easier in certain respects, then it will, say, diminish
Turtle
our
shutting down.
ability to think, say, critically, and or it will otherwise like negatively affect our, or it will negatively affect our productivity. But like, at least historically, that's never been, I don't think that's really ever been the case. Like, think about like,
Turtle
I mean, I'm not
Wow.
super well.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but World of Warcraft private server that I play it on almost every single day for the last 2 years is being shut down by Blizzard because of copyright and infringement.
What the fuck?
Yeah. And, you know, it's not shut down yet, but it's only a matter of time. You know what I mean? They lost in court.
Oh, shit.
Like, literally, I don't know much about the legal proceedings, but as far as I could tell, Blizzard threw everything that they could at them to get them shut down, basically. And Blizzard and Activision and Microsoft, which owns them, they have billions and billions of dollars to throw at this. You know what I mean? To get them shut down, you know? And yeah, so now they're basically getting shut down. You can't play anymore.
Fuck.
Which fucking sucks.
I don't even know, like, why would Microsoft, I guess it is, you said, like, why would they care this much about it?
Because if they don't protect their IP, they get it taken away from them. And if they allow private servers to go on, they could get their, like, I don't know. They want to protect, ultimately they just want to protect their IP. That's really what it is. You know what I mean? That's really what it comes down to. They want to protect their IP. And even though there's like all this benefit to allowing them to do it, and maybe like, you know, partnering up with them, they don't want to do it. You know,
Hmm.
a lot of people put forward the idea of like, you know, maybe just buying out Turtle WoW, using their assets, you know, like what people did with Grand Theft Auto Online and
Ozras
RP.
lets private servers be up and never been a problem.
Yeah, and old school RuneScape. I said RuneScape. You know, they have a similar system where they allow people to set up their own private servers, and then anyone can join it and do what they want on it. And they take some money that I don't know how it really works, but I'm pretty sure they probably take a portion of the money that's earned or whatever, or somebody has to pay or something like that. They have to, you know, there's a way that they are both benefiting, right?
Yeah.
So that they can both have a private server and do their own thing. And then GTRP basically did the same thing with Rockstar. They actually tried to sue 5M, but they couldn't. So they just bought them.
Oh, really? They couldn't. Wait, why couldn't they do it?
I don't know. I guess they couldn't get to them in some way. You know what I mean?
Was it like illegal what these people were doing, or is it like
Technically, yes.
but like okay,
Technically, yes.
according to
Yeah, according to
the-
the current law, of course. You know what I mean?
but like they couldn't like make it happen for some reason, like Rockstar.
I don't know the specifics, but basically they couldn't get to him. They couldn't figure it out, or they couldn't get to them somehow. So they just bought him.
Interesting. Yeah, it's stupid.
Yeah. And that's basically what happened. Now you can't play World of Warcraft. Once they get shut down, you're not going to be able to play it anymore. Unless somehow they leak the source code and then allow other people to host it. But then those people might get shut down, and I don't know.
You know what I never like? Now that I think about it, like a common argument for IP, since we're on the topic, is that like if we don't have like, I don't usually approach it from this angle because I'm more so focused on like, okay, like can ideas even be property at all? But like when people say if we didn't have IP, people wouldn't have incentives to like create art and like certain inventions because then they couldn't like protect their ideas, right? Like with IP. But like think about like how long humans existed before we had any form of IP, and like people before IP was a thing, like before that was something that was recognized by like many countries today, like legally, like people still like made innovations, like did art. Like it didn't seem like that was like people were not incentivized to like, you know, create art and whatnot before IP. So I don't understand why like people think that like if we just didn't have it, like we didn't used to have it, I'm sure, for many thousands of years, but we didn't like see the issues they seem to think would arise if we were to abolish IP.
Yeah. I just hope that. Did you watch my newest YouTube video I uploaded today?
No.
You should, because I spent a lot of time on it.
I'll watch it.
But
Hey, don't worry.
basically, it's called "Why We Should Legalize All Drugs," and yeah,
Hey,
I think
what's
it's
going on?
great. Hey, William.
Hello.
Hey, letting you know I uploaded a new video.
Which I already watched. What
do you think? Good? No good?
I think it was good. I wish you had taken some of my feedback into account when making it, but yeah, it was a relatively decent presentation of the anti-legalization arguments.
What did you tell me to do? I forgot.
I'll get the DM I sent you. You don't have to scroll too much to find. I haven't sent you that much stuff, but okay, dang it. Debate on empiricism annoying. Okay, what about this? You actually have sent me a decent amount of stuff. Yeah, I basically suggested that you clarify something about self-ownership less important. I also suggested that you deal with the issue of like the elasticity of demand, how much the demand is responsive to change in prices, as well as like the arguments about like basically an increase in use, because obviously no user no opponent of legalization, as far as I know, has ever contended that prohibiting it is going to eliminate drug use. They just think it will like reduce it. Now, there's two ways you could. There's two basic issues that they have. Are ways this could happen. Well, technically three, but the three doesn't really count. But I'll get to three later. It's not a direct example. The two ways would be the two main ways are basically this. So one would be increasing the amount of people who start using. Second is an increase in the amount current users use. So, for example, if drug legalization drastically cuts prices down, and you might be able to buy a lot more heroin or what have you than you did previously. Though heroin particularly doesn't necessarily cause much violent crime if it's like the use anyway. The other drugs do, and that can essentially cause like problems. Is sort of the argument they use, and also things like drugged driving and all that, like just general bad behavior. That would be like those are the arguments they tend to make in regard that I think would need that I think would need addressing. Just like kind of like vaguely saying it won't make drugs go away isn't really like it's obviously I assume you're not like saying like if you're relying upon like the obvious claim that like it's not going to eliminate, then yeah, I don't think anyone's going to disagree. If you're saying that like, it's not going to really deter it, that's an argument that's a claim that's going to like need.
No,
you're
my
going to need to
argument
address their
mainly in the
counterarguments
video
there.
was just that it causes more harm than it helps, and it's well, actually, I make multiple different claims.
I know
in
you
that
did.
video, yeah, but basically, like one, not that it, I expect it. Obviously, like it's gonna reduce it a little bit. I actually kind of mentioned that when you basically cut off the supply. Like I said, that it also incentivizes there to be more, even when you do cut off the supply, that just incentivizes more drug dealers because once there's less in the short term, there's less drugs, and if there's less drugs, there's less meeting the demand, thus creating a higher incentive for people to get into it because the hot prices are higher. Then there's going to be more people like basically going into it. So even when you get rid of it, because of the price increase that resulted in the lower amount of drugs coming in, that incentivizes more people to sell it, and it's like a never-ending loop, essentially a never-ending cycle. So I kind of do address that, but in a different kind of way.
I understand that's true to an extent. Of course, like there's like
Does it
what's called
address
like
what
when you
William said?
it doesn't
Am I
fully
crazy, or,
address it.
like, it doesn't really. The point.
Yeah.
I mean, if I can like recapitulate it, that William seemed to be getting at was just like, if you were making, I guess you were in the video or you were trying to represent like people on the other side of the spectrum, right, the political spectrum, or other side of the aisle, saying something like, oh, if we criminalize various drugs, like hard drugs, then we'll like eliminate drug usage. But William's just saying no, people aren't actually making that strong of a claim. That's a very weak claim.
Oh, I never made that claim in the video though.
I didn't claim Sithis did say that. Sithis didn't specifically say that it would. He was a little bit vague about that because like he was more vague than anything, and like you could interpret it in that way. He said that it won't eliminate drug use. It will just shift it to like basically like the more of the margins, or like more like
it just shifts it to more to the black market, which is true.
Yeah, but yes,
like who's saying that it will eliminate drug use? Nobody's saying that.
I know. Yeah, I'm not saying it. All I said is when and I actually said that in the video. I actually said that in the video, well, kinda, but I said it in the opposite sense. I said like even making drugs illegal doesn't eliminate drugs or eliminate drug use. All it does is it shifts it to the black market, essentially. Now, I'm not saying
everyone knows it doesn't eliminate drugs.
Even insofar as like the black market is more harm. Like, so if you have a drug user who consumes, I don't know. I don't use, and I'm not certain with like the exact amount, exact terminology, how drug use. But I'm just gonna summarize this. If you have like, let's say if someone is going to like, I don't know, snort heroin, X amount of heroin 3 times a day. For example, let's say that's the situation. If they do that when it's legal versus illegal, if they do the exact same amount, generally speaking, they're probably going to do it more safely if it is.
Yeah, but I mentioned that legal. In the addict section, how it doesn't help.
I know. I'm agreeing with you on that, right? I'm agreeing with you.
Okay,
Right?
gotcha. I was just
agree
wondering.
with that idea. Yeah, so I agree with you that is true, and you could say, well, it'll in some respects be easier to like get help. That's all that's true. Here's the problem, though. Here's the problem. The problem is, if the legalizers are correct, that there are going to be way more people using, A, and B, that people are going to use way more. That's going to mean they're going to get more addicted. They're going to cause a lot more problem that might,
But I
according to their
addressed that in
argument,
the beginning of the video.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Oh,
Can I
sorry.
finish? That could drastically cause a lot more harm. As for your point that you made a little bit about prices, yes, prices. Obviously, for example, like if you have a good that's being supplied, whether it's drugs or not, and you like cut and you make the supply like more costly to produce, that'll increase the price. And yeah, that'll to some degree increase. When you take people who are selling it off the market, they'll increase the price and therefore get more people in there. But it's not going to just like get as low as it was before, and that's kind of the whole point. Like obviously, like if you legalize something, it's going to generally what's called lower the price. How much is an empirical question, but that's the key issue. I mean, it's kind of true.
If the demand, when you get rid of a
If
supply, or if you get rid of a supply, and the demand stays the same or increases, the price is going to go up.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So that's what happens when you restrict drugs more. When you restrict drugs more, the price goes up higher. So the
I don't think there's any disagreement about that.
Yeah, so that's kind of my thing. And in the beginning, I said, huh?
That's kind of my point as well.
I think. Wait, doesn't William agree on that point, though?
No, I know,
Yep.
but I know, but what I'm saying is there's another thing to it, right? In the beginning, I said, even if they are harming themselves, people should have the right to make the choices about their own body, and that's kind of where I go into self-ownership. That's kind of why I started off with self-ownership, because I wanted.
I'm not contending with you on that issue.
Yeah,
I know
you're not contending with me. I'm just giving you my my reasoning. You know what I'm saying?
I just want to limit this discussion just to like the consequentialist issue right now, because like we can talk about self-ownership if you want. I don't even disagree with you on the point necessarily, but like I'm just talking like the specific validity of one point you're making in the video. That's all I want to talk about.
Okay, go ahead. What specific point?
I already explained it, but I can do it again if you want. It's the issue of like the question of like from a consequential standpoint, is it going to be better whether you're talking about for the users or for society? I honestly would rather talk more about the innocent victims of it, rather than like the users themselves, who are for the most part, with some exceptions, not particularly innocent in the harm they experience. Like it's self-induced harm. It's kind of their own issue. They own themselves after all. I'll give you that one. But like my concern is more of the fact that like, if, for example, the drug user is trying to make, the drug prohibitor is trying to make an argument about like, we want to prohibit it because it harms like other people, and you say, well, look at like the fact that like legalizing in these ways, like if it's on a black market, it's generally more harmful. Yeah, but again, if there's like way more use due to like both like per user and just more users in general, and then that's relatively drastic, even though like, yes, you're correct that, for example, the increase in the price is going to bring in more sellers when they're arrested and so on and so forth. I don't deny that there are going to be more people rushing in there. All that is completely true. But if you're advocating, and that's honestly more of an argument for like saying that at some point.
So I kind of addressed this in the beginning of the video when I say that even if making drugs illegal decreases the amount of people being harmed, the state does not stop exactly where, if you allow the state, right, to put a line and allow you to stop using a certain drug, right, then you are basically allowing the state to put a line where they believe it should be, as opposed to where you should put it. And they're always going to put it where you don't want it to be, or they're always going to be putting it somewhere, well, pretty much you don't want it to be. So those are the consequences of, saying that one thing should be illegal because it might be harmful. And that's consequences is that the people whom you give power to are not going to stop where you want them to. And that was addressed in the beginning of the video. So I actually said in the video, if you think they're going to stop where you want them to, you're playing yourself.
Hello.
Also, I basically bring up the argument that there are plenty of other things that are harmful to you and might also make you more prone to harming other people, but we also have it completely legal. So if you must think that that should be illegal, then this must also be illegal. It's inconsistent to say otherwise.
Okay,
Hi,
how does
sorry, I
that? How
just
does that?
joined. Is it you that is
Cool.
the anarcho-capitalist?
Yeah.
KingSithis?
Well, and my answer to that was, again, I was talking about the consequence of allowing prohibition to be around, and when that consequence is that the state is not going to put the line where you want it to. They're going to put it where they want it
Wasn't
to.
William
Thus
talking
creating...
about like? Sorry.
No, go ahead. I've made my point already.
Wasn't William talking about like if someone like people who might raise the point that like if you decriminalize various hard drugs, that might be likely to increase the number of people that are harmed by drug users because the drug users are now going to be able to access drugs more easily. They're going to be able to purchase more.
Yeah, and
whatnot.
I addressed that in one part of my video. I mean, like, where I basically said that just because we treat this, just because you might be more likely to be impaired or might be doing something to be harmful, that would be inconsistent because there's tons of other things that we have that are legal that also do the same thing. So, like, for instance, if you're pissed off while driving or having a road rage incident or smoking a cigarette or drinking alcohol, those are all things that are legal that impair your judgment. But the thing is, we don't throw people in jail for the possibility that they're going to harm someone. We throw them in jail for the fact that they have. Or at least we should do that.
If your position is based on like I imagine the person who's making a consequentialist argument like this is going to be typically using a more of whether they're a full utilitarian or typically using a more utilitarian standard here. And if you look at like James Stevens, he wrote a response to John Stuart Mill's on Liberty a while ago, and he gave like criteria for like what a proper paternalistic law had to be. I gotta reread this. It's been a long time since I've read it, but you have to like essentially, I don't remember the exact criteria. Basically, there are a variety of criteria, not just this. You can't. It's not even just a matter of like saying, oh, this is equivalently harmful or this is around equivalently harmful. There's not even a basis to say what is to judge how harmful is enough. That's not even like the main thing. You have to first. So the key is you have to show that the behavior in question is harmful. Then you have to show that the consequences of that basically that
did you watch the
it will
consequences section?
And probably deter it relatively significant. And then you have to show that the consequences of prohibiting it are outweighed by the consequences the beneficial consequences of doing so. The negative consequences of prohibiting it are outweighed by the beneficial
but like my video isn't like gonna address isn't meant for people like that. It's meant for your average person. It's meant for your
your average person
video,
is concerned
and also
primarily
I
about the
go
utilitarian
over
issue.
the consequences of the drug war for almost like 15 minutes. So I mean, every single one of your arguments was addressed.
Could I ask you a few questions, if that's all right?
Because I feel like, no, give me one sec. Just saying, like, because fundamentally, like, if I may not have said the utility calculation is going to increase worse in this situation because if we do this, my whole argument is if we make drugs illegal and you support prohibition, well, here are the consequences. I'm not sitting here trying to compare and contrast which consequence is worse or better or worse. I'm merely just stating the consequences and why I disagree with these consequences and why I disagree with the prohibition. So that's like, that was my reason.
So the thing what I'm saying is I'm trying to kind of criticize the inconsistency argument because, like, for example, because the question of like whether or not you can't just, it's not a saying that, okay, a person supports banning drugs and they don't support banning junk food, or they don't support driving with cars or what have you. If you're saying, for example, okay, those things, you need to like, it's not as what they're actually advocating isn't necessarily inconsistent insofar as like the question of whether you ban things isn't just even whether they have like comparable amounts of harm or risk of harm. That's not the only criteria. You also have to consider like it's a detailed
things.
in order to prove an inconsistency, you have to prove that all the their criteria in general together, especially even all the other concerns they have, would create a balance. So depending on the evidence you look at and you bring
I feel
forth,
like you didn't really watch my
it
video.
very well could be the case that that there's a better consequentialist case for banning drugs or specific drugs than there is like all those other things. And
Yeah,
not
I
to
don't think
mention
you
some
really
of the
watched
several.
my video, because literally in the
I
beginning
did
of the
watch the
video,
video.
I literally stated, I compared cigarette smoking, driving, drinking, coffee, all of those things to drug use. And then I basically said that driving can be more risky than taking certain drugs that are illegal, and yet we have that legal. So yeah, I used those examples, all of those examples, and compared them to that. And if they're going to can say, oh, I support banning this because of danger, well, then you have to ban the other thing because of danger. It's a consistency argument. Like, I feel like it's pretty.
Yeah, my
clear.
entire thing was already aware of the fact that was your argument, and was trying to argue that it actually isn't necessarily. You have to do a lot more work to prove inconsistency. That was my whole
So
point.
what is the what is consistent about saying that it's okay to drive a car that kills millions of people a year, but then I can't smoke weed? Like, what's consistent about that?
Because a car and a drug aren't the same thing. A car is also used to like get you to a place
Yes,
to place.
I
It
know
might
a
drive you to a
car and
hospital.
weed is not the same thing. Thank you, genius. But that's not my question.
Well,
Yeah,
then
please
you
stop.
have it,
I
right?
got
It's
you.
Still
not the
I
playing
got
this
you.
game, not having a job,
This
and
is trying
talking
to say-
about
Oh my
stupid
God.
things.
you're trying to say it's a not. So that you're trying to say something like, both of these things have risks associated with them,
Yes.
and cars have risks associated with them. And
To a
so
higher
if your
degree than
concern
certain
is,
drugs.
if your concern is the level of risk with some activity or some thing, right? Then you need to be consistent about applying that standard.
Exactly.
So that would go to like banning cars, but then you'd also, if it's also about banning drugs, then ban drugs and
Exactly.
whatever.
If I can go and I can harm somebody, and I actually also said, and I also addressed the other argument that you said, oh, well, a car is for utility reasons and this and this and that. And I also addressed that argument too. I listed a whole bunch of things that don't.
I use a car, so what, and that people die, so what?
I also
I
listed
think
the
a bunch
argument
of
that
people die in hospitals, and so we should ban hospitals. It would reduce the risk
making my
there.
argument for me. So I basically listed off cars, smoking, drinking, driving, tons of things, hiking, tons of things that are legal, and yet
That's not analogous
that aren't
because hospitals
necessarily.
don't cause people to die.
Yeah, but it isn't necessary to
Well,
drive.
too many
Wait,
people die in
Can I finish my
hospitals. We
argument
should
for a
ban
second, please?
hospitals.
Can I finish my argument?
No, you're trying to parody. You're trying to parody what you're saying. Right? You're trying to show. Oh, he's trying to show that this is what you're saying is absurd, but that's not analogous because, like, when Sithis is bringing up things like driving a car, right? He's trying to say that driving the car and then an accident, right? That's what causes the injury or the death or whatever. So there's that risk. But like with hospitals, it's not like the hospitals are causing like deaths. So like I don't know how.
Yeah, somebody can get into a. I mean, unless you're talking about medical malpractice, then you'll be different. But fundamentally, all of these examples are things that are legal, that have harm, that aren't necessary. I mean, it isn't necessary to drink. It isn't necessary to climb a Mount Everest. It isn't necessary to, smoke a cigarette. It isn't necessary. All these things aren't necessary, and yet it's all legal. So, how is that consistent? It's not consistent.
Yeah. So the art. Please, Capybara. Please just let me think. Oh, I thought Capybara was on the list. But like, you please just let me handle this. I want to argue this without having someone who doesn't like really grasp the argument, interjecting and
no one's talking
and
except for you.
making my side look, making my criticism like distracted from and not adequate. Okay, so here's the key thing. The key issue when it comes to this is what I was trying to say is essentially you're trying to make it you're comparing one factor, danger and danger, and I agree if that was the only factor that would be inconsistent. What I'm pointing out is at least with more sophisticated advocates of things like punishment, they're going to consider other factors than just danger, or even you obviously deal with it. You obviously deal with the obvious
criteria?
question.
What other criteria?
You obviously deal with. You obviously deal. I'll get to that in a second. You deal with the argument about like, for instance, the question of what about the use of cars that are like not essential, because obviously the essentialness of cars would obviously be a disanalogy. So you address that by saying, well, could you ban what's it called? The non-essential use of cars. Well, the question will be, how the heck do you enforce that?
Doesn't matter.
If you were to have like some system, it does
matter.
matter because enforceability is a very important criteria.
No, that doesn't matter.
If you, for example, were to say that like that for instance,
how do we enforce drug laws? We can't
you
stop
not banning,
everyone from
you
doing
not
drugs,
banning
right?
adultery, for example, or banning like just sex outside of marriage is inconsistent with if you don't also support. It's inconsistent to support drug
You could
banning
say
drugs
the same
and not
thing
that.
about drugs. You can't stop
Hold
all
on.
people from doing drugs, so we should ban.
That's not the
a
point.
dumb argument.
It's about like, can you act?
No, that's a dumb argument. That doesn't make any sense because I could just say, oh well, banning all drugs is impossible to do. So putting that policy in place would be impossible. So therefore,
It's a straw man.
It's not a straw man because that's literally the argument you just made.
The argument that I made was that like where did I say that it's impossible to like completely stop all?
It would be impossible to enforce.
Yeah. Do you think the purpose of enforcement is to entirely eliminate something, or just to heavily decrease it?
To reduce it. But you're saying that it would be really hard to enforce that, but do not. I mean, I don't see why that would be so. We could just make it so that the only people who could drive are use rented vehicles, and then those vehicles have GPS trackers in it. Like, I'm sure people could figure it out.
I mean, okay, so you have to have various. The thing is, if you were to have like what I was kind of
you see how that argument doesn't address the point?
Not. You haven't even. I haven't even responded yet. So the thing when it comes to the drug use issue is the car use issues. If you were to have like the government decide like, okay, like what is like you have to basically go through some kind of process, demonstrate you're going to a specific place like your work or hospitals or what have you, like or you have to like get like a special approval to like go and like to go to the hospital or what have you.
Would it be consistent to do that,
let's say, for example, you say, okay, you make some rule saying you don't require them to prove they need to go to the hospital because that would cause very obvious problems. And you instead say, okay, you can just go to the hospital and we're not gonna track it. Well, here's the problem: people would basically could then arrange meetups at the hospital where they drive there to like maybe to exchange products like a non-essential way, what have you.
You're missing the point.
And that would essentially actually clog the hospitals up and make it harder to actually like people who actually need services to get help. So there would be all sorts of collateral effects by having that kind of totalitarian regime that would not be analogous to drugs. And of course, you made the point about like, well, is it possible to enforce?
I could just say, let's assume hypothetically. I could just say, okay, let's assume hypothetically we are able to enforce it. Then what? Now what?
Okay, if you had a situation where you could hypothetically enforce some kind of totalitarian regime, where you could manage to like effectively distinguish between
yada yada. All right, get to the end. What now? What?
Yeah, if you could do that, then it would possibly be inconsistent. If you could show that was.
Of course, it's inconsistent. Of course, it's inconsistent, William. You know better than that.
If in an entirely different world that isn't actually the case, it would be inconsistent.
Okay, yeah, but that's why we have hypotheticals to prove the extent to which you're willing to hold your beliefs. That's why I use so many hypotheticals.
I know.
That's what I'm saying. It's
but I'm just saying,
if you're going to hold to that belief, that person would have no choice but to say, then yeah, like we must restrict people's car use to only necessary usage. And we must restrict people's only gaming. I mean, we shouldn't allow people to play video. How about this? We shouldn't allow people to play video games. Video games aren't necessary. Why should we have video games? So we should ban all video games.
What?
I mean, there are plenty of countries that ban video games, right? There are plenty of countries that ban porn, right?
Okay.
We don't need porn. Do you need porn?
Okay, hold on.
Yes.
No, you don't.
Wait.
But like, the argument is the conjunction of, okay, the person, so the analogy is with drugs is, okay, drugs are basically non-essential substances that cause severe harm to the person and more importantly
well, okay,
other
let's
people.
Take the porn example, okay?
And
is it essential to watch porn? Is it essential to watch porn?
Wait, let William go.
Yeah, but like, respectfully, I already know what you're gonna say. Like, is it essential to watch porn? Or necessary to watch porn?
Nope.
Okay, so from their perspective, we should make it porn illegal. If it's not necessary.
It depends on how they think about porn. Like, it depends on whether they.
Well, if you think it's not
like,
necessary, then yeah, that the logical
conclusion. Depends on the standard they're appealing to, right? Like, if their standard is something to do with like harm and they want to reduce harm, or maybe it's something more robust than that.
In this
And, like,
case, the standard is
They might not
whether
say.
or not it.
I don't know what they say about porn.
No, I'm saying,
It
listen,
depends on
in
what
this case, the standard is that there's no utility in it, right? If there's no utility in it, then you shouldn't use it. So I used the car example. Okay, so let's say, okay, let's make it so that the government makes it so that you have to get some sort of prescription in order to drive anywhere that isn't, you know, pre-approved by the state as to reduce car accidents. You know, would they support that? And then he said basically, oh, well, that's ridiculous. So now I'm using the porn example. Okay, well, porn isn't necessary. So obviously from that perspective, banning porn would be necessary, right?
Okay, let's be very specific about what the standard actually is. Okay, the
I thought we were
standard
talking
is
about anarcho-capitalism.
This is
no,
this
we're
is,
not. We're having a
Yeah, we're having a different
conversation.
discussion. We are. So gonna have to wait until we're done.
Well, drug legalization is a implication of.
I mean, it is
Like
kind of
the-
connected to ANCAP stuff, but you know, but yeah.
We're talking about videos that's made today, okay? Like, yeah. So the standard is very specific. Okay, so basically this, essentially, the analogy you're trying to make is essentially, okay, the drug legalizer generally thinks, okay, if something is very, very harmful and non-essential, and banning it doesn't have massive,
Porn.
really harmful side effects that outweigh the benefits, then we should do that.
Porn.
Then, okay, so in order to make the porn analogy work, you have to show that it has extremely harmful side effects, and that banning it can be done effectively. I'll grant that for the sake of argument, the banning effectively part. Then you'd have an analogy. If you show that it's significantly harmful and it can be done effectively without
Cars.
having significantly greater costs, that would be a
Yeah, I used cars,
argument you could
cigarettes,
make.
alcohol. Those are all legal.
Okay,
They
just-
have harm. I mean, cigarettes literally don't have any benefit to society. What benefits?
Cigarettes
to
are the worst analogies. Alcohol's a decent one.
Like, wait a minute.
but
How does
like,
cigarettes benefit society? They literally kill you.
Okay, Cameron, did I say their standard is that if something doesn't benefit
then
society,
let's
it should be
exchange a
illegal?
benefit. Let's go necessary. How is
This-
smoking
wait,
a
the
cigarette
standard-
necessary?
This isn't the standard that it's non-essential and it's very harmful in some way, and
Yeah.
maybe
Yes.
something else.
I
Thank
feel like
you, Cameron.
cigarettes fit that mold perfectly. And if it doesn't,
Wait, I think
explain how.
cigarette. What do you not? What's the problem with cigarettes? I don't really.
Well, cigarettes
I
are
mean,
bad
yeah,
for
it-
you. They're really bad for you.
Yes.
They're bad
The
for
que-
you,
the
and they're
question
not
would be-
necessary for your life.
Okay.
And
So
illegal.
in regard to cigarettes, so if for the more paternalistic, for someone who makes an argument but who thinks that like the harm to the user is an adequate reason to do it, yeah, I think you'd have a good argument that's pretty inconsistent. If their stand's a little more specific, if it's more about the harm to the rest of to others,
Okay, then alcohol.
cigarettes do sort of harm other people, but they don't do so. What's it called? That much.
And I used alcohol
It's
as an
only a-
example.
Yeah, that's why I agree. Alcohol's a much better example. And then, yeah, with alcohol, the issue would more be about the feasibility. But yeah, I think the argument
and
could well
firearms.
be made.
I use firearms as an example too.
Firearms kill way less people than alcohol and drugs. But yeah,
It does kill a
but-
lot of people though.
true. They also save a lot. They also save a decent amount of people as well. So it's a lot more mixed on that one.
Oh
Firearms
my
are
god, this
worse
isn't
than-
like, see, this is just like, this is my problem with like a lot of, like, respectfully, like, you're giving good criticism, William Paley, like you are, but this is my problem with people on the internet, right? That, like, I'm not gonna sit here and cater to dumb people on the internet that can't understand a simple fucking analogy. If you can't understand why I would bring up cars, drinking, cigarettes, alcohol, all of these things as analogous, then I'm sorry. Then you're just, I don't know what to tell you. You're just not that bright. Like at this point, like, not you. I'm not saying you're not bright. I know you are very bright, William. You're a very bright human being. But if I have to be that autistic to explain something that is so simple, then to me that person isn't worth even the time. Because like if you can't
Isn't
understand it, it's not even worth it. I'm gonna give the basic examples, and I'm gonna give the not basic examples, but I'm gonna give the example, as many examples as I can, but I'm not gonna cater to every single criticism. Like I that would take me, I don't think it's even, like, it would take me forever and way longer than I would ever even have time to. I tried to criticize in that video, what I did is I tried to go over as many criticisms as I could, or that I know to make out of. But obviously, I'm not going to be able to do every single criticism. Like, if somebody wants to nitpick me on, oh, well, this is necessary, but it's not that dangerous. But this is dangerous, but it's not that necessary. Blah, 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 blah. After I've given like 4, 5, 6, 7 examples that could fit in that mold, then to me, it's just like, okay, well, then it's just not worth it at that point. Some people are just not that bright.
Cameron, were you gonna say something?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, I understand that, like, you know, some of the examples fit the mold of severely dangerous plus not necessary. Alcohol fits it. Firearms don't really fit that, but others. Alcohol is one of the best examples you gave. Cars, relatively decent as well. They do have risk to others. Although, again, the fact that they can't actually, like, realistically implement a model of that makes it not really good, like, as an actual real world.
That's autistic as shit. That, like, respectfully, that criticism is, like, the most autistic criticism I've ever heard in my life. That it's not easy to implement. That doesn't matter. You know, fundamentally, what matters is the argument itself. The argument itself. If I put a hypothetical, like, let's say hypothetically it is, I could just turn around and say, let's say hypothetically it is possible for me to do it. I mean, the criticism still stands.
I agree that in a hypothetical world where you could really regulate whether or not, like, you know, harmful car usage, that isn't necessarily, if you could clearly define where that is, and then high risk, very what's it called? Very clearly unnecessary. If you could delineate that out, yeah, I agree. If the drug proponent didn't advocate for criminalizing that, sure, that they would be likely inconsistent. Yeah, I think that's plausible.
It's 100% inconsistent.
Sure. Yeah. But okay, so sure. In that hypothetical, or if they were to reject that hypothetical, they would be inconsistent. If they in real life don't advocate for banning cars, given that that's not actually possible to do, it's not inconsistent. That's what I'm trying to say. That's not an autistic point. It's a pretty important point.
No, I don't think it's really that important personally. I think it's just a nitpick that only, like, a person who is extremely autistic would really care about. But I get like, it's not a bad criticism, I guess, but it's just like an extremely autistic criticism. Like, oh, you didn't put in your example that, like, let's say hypothetically this was the situation, then you know, it would make sense. But because you didn't put that, haha, they could throw you in, you know, under the bus. So it's just like,
no,
okay, I'm not that autistic, bro. I don't care about it. Like, if they don't get what I'm trying to say based on what I'm saying, it's like, that's on them. I'm paraphrasing, dude. Now you're being autistic with me.
But, like, okay, but, like, the actual issue is more that, like, theoretically, in, like, the argument you put is like, oh, okay, sure, I agree. It's not that they could make a hypothetical point that would defeat you. It's more that, like, they could point out that the inconsistency doesn't apply in the world, and you could design a hypothetical world where they'd be inconsistent. But I don't think most people would have a huge problem with that.
That's what I'm talking about, William.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
I would rather go more down the alcohol example, but, like,
I don't think it's matter. I think most people, 99% of people who aren't completely, like, autistic, get what I meant. Like, I think most people would dismiss the car analogy out of hand. I don't think most people would even, like, take it seriously. That wasn't my only analogy.
I know. I'm just saying. There are other analogies. Alcohol, but an alcohol analogy is much better, and I'd love to go over it. I'm just pointing out, like, most people
William,
would ask why I'm even bothering to entertain it.
I agree with you, bro. I just
think you guys
I just don't think it's that big of a deal, personally. If people don't get what I meant by that, then that's kind of on them. I feel like that's a pretty autistic criticism, personally.
The alcohol issue is more is a more it's I think they'll be taken more seriously and is, like, a more interesting thing to go down. I mean, you know, people that's more commonly used analogy for inconsistency, and there's more of, like, direct responses. I can actually, like, you know, I mean, I can send you a fucking article that where he will make the criticism, the criticisms I'm about to, like, make us, like, why it's not necessarily inconsistent. But, like, the fundamental thing with that one is, so people would typically argue that, basically, that it's not really alcohol, the difference between in terms of actually whether you could enforce alcohol or not, they would if they were to say, for example, that in a hypothetical world you can enforce alcohol prohibition, they might be inconsistent. Although there's another the means two might get them out of it, but the one I'm going to use would not work for that. But they could point out alcohol is very popular right now. It's really hard to change to get people to stop as much, even though prohibition did decrease the use pretty decently. But still, it would be much more hard to effectively do than, like, say, drugs that are relatively unpopular. That would be one thing they could argue. The other thing they could argue is that, like, it's much easier to, like, not abuse drugs. Sorry, to abuse alcohol than it is to not abuse drugs, because there's such thing as, like, very moderate use. It's only like a tiny bit harmful to you if you have like 1 or 2 cups a week, whereas like if you can be almost any use of like drugs it's going to impair you at least temporarily, even if it's like it doesn't cause too much long-term health impacts. But I guess you could argue it's easier to like use it more moderately. I guess you could argue about that one either way.
It's easier to use alcohol more moderately.
Check AnCap Doggo's general chat.
I don't see why I would accept that. Like, what is that even? Like, what's the motivation for that? It's easier to use alcohol in moderation. Like, what? I don't. Seems like that needs to be argued for.
Well, yeah, most people who use alcohol use it relatively moderately. Only a certain percentage of them, like relatively small percentage, are like alcoholics. Is what I'm saying.
I mean, that seems. Yeah, I would accept that, but like that seems like. Didn't you say like that they would say something like, it's harder to abuse alcohol, or is that not the claim?
It's not as automatic. It's not as automatic, and it's less common. That would be automatic. It's like essentially. Okay, like the ordinary, you can use alcohol relatively regularly, without like basically abusing it. Whereas like using like heroin or meth or what have you
is still saying that I'm lying.
What?
I'm asking him why, and he's
hold on. Let William go.
If I may, could I ask the AnCap some questions?
Wait. Hold on. Can we just tie this up? Hold on. William was about to say something.
I mostly wrapped up what I was gonna say.
All right. Okay.
All right then.
I mean, I would accept. I guess I would accept that. Like, it's if you're using, say, heroin or some similar drug, like some opioid or something like meth. I think you mentioned too. Like relatively regularly, like as regularly as someone who drinks alcohol in moderation might. Then it might be easier, I guess, or more likely for you to get addicted to whatever it is you're taking than alcohol. I mean, I'd have to look more into that, but that seems like it would make sense. But
yeah, essentially, the use of alcohol is generally a lot more "quote unquote" innocent than by the standards of, say, the prohibitionists, than like the standards of like it's like the average use of like heroin, and therefore like even if like the majority of the population had tried heroin, only like a small percentage used regularly. The average use that is actually happening in the daily basis would, unless it was a very, very extremely small percentage of the population, would still be very harmful pathological use, and therefore would essentially be like infringing upon a greater like infringement upon freedom. Those are arguments I've heard people use in order to kind of like
for infringement
argue
upon
for the differences. What?
Infringement upon what?
Like sort of a more like innocent like use of it, essentially, like rather than like a more like harmful one. That's the argument I've heard some people use. That's not the best argument to use, but that's not a standard I agree with. But like it's a standard that like they could make. That would be consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, I think the argument about the fact that like it's more like it's more hard to like actually get alcohol banned. I have seen some people say that we should possibly consider restricting or what's it called? Well, that's actually the other thing. It's much easier to restrict alcohol. Like if you were to like put like heavy taxes on it or what have you, that would likely make it harder to abuse alcohol, make it very expensive to do so, while also letting people like have it in moderation, and you can get like similar effects in terms of reducing it without the negative results that come from prohibition, even aside from just like people not being able to drink it. Those are other things. Even with the car example, you could say maybe. Never mind. I'm not gonna go use that one. Let's just drop the car example. I'm not gonna go back on that one. But never mind. That was a bad line I thought to go down. But yeah, that's why I can see the alcohol analogy pretty well. But I just don't think it. I think they could argue it. But what I'm kind of saying is that these all kind of illustrate the really important fact of the matter is whether or not, from a concept, if you're focusing on like arguing whether it's a good or bad for society to ban it, the most important thing is, one of the most important points is, how much does banning it versus legalizing it affect things like the prices and how much actual use, both in terms of increase of users and how much the users increase the use. How much is that impacted, and does that outweigh the effect the effect of it being legal being being less harmful in general? Does it outweigh that fact? That I probably don't articulate that properly, but hopefully you get the point I'm trying to make. That's what I think is is really important, and it's a really important issue that I think the video kind of like gestured towards, but didn't like directly address. That's the thing that I consider to be a really important point. If you're going to try to like you spend a lot of time talking about the consequences. Most of the video is talking about the consequences. But yeah, I mean, you can certainly hold the position, and is very consistent, would be required logically of your view, that even if drug use was like an absolute disaster, legalization would be an absolute disaster for society, that we should still do it as a matter of like moral principle. But I'm just saying, if you're trying to like sell the average person, they're more concerned about the actual consequences than the principles. So that's kind of like why I'm like that's what I'm kind of like thinking is gonna like, the average person is gonna really like be concerned about that. And they're gonna walk with the concern of, hey, if I think this is gonna result in like a massive increase of like users and amount of consumption per user, then they're gonna think, even if it does have all the beneficial, even if getting rid of the drug war does have a lot of good effects, that's gonna be swamped by having a society filled with like drastically higher rates of drug use. We're going to commit tons of violent crime and so on and so forth. That would be like kind of like what I think kind of needs to be like addressed. There are ways to like criticize some of that, but yeah, I think I've said my piece.
Right.
All right, you can ask whatever you want now.
Okay. I'd like to start from the ground up, if that's all right.
Whatever you want.
Sure. So to start with, what is AnCap to you?
Anarcho-capitalism, which is the idea of anarchism, no state, and no capitalism, free exchange of private property between private property owners.
Sorry, did you say no capitalism or only capitalism, no state?
He said the latter.
So there is no state, there is only capitalism.
Yeah.
You still there?
Sorry, I'm kind of... Cam, you got this.
All right. Okay. So we just established what anarcho-capitalism is, right? Like in basic terms. Do you understand what it is? Like, do you understand what it means for there to be no state, or should we define what a state is?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I am just curious, like what... So what, people just have private property and can trade it, as you said, amongst each other?
Yeah, like freely. There's no, like today, say in America or any other country, like there's going to be some level of regulation when it comes to how people trade goods. Like you have governments subsidizing certain industries, or also like interfering in the market in other ways, maybe with price controls or whatever else.
Right.
But in anarcho-capitalism, we're saying that there's none of this, because you don't have a state, you don't have some sort of monopoly, territorial monopoly on force, right? That has some sort of monopoly on, we could call it adjudication, and the enforcement of rights. So it's like free market for like any industry you can think of. well, not any legal industry. Well, we'd have to get into what the legal theory is, but any legal industry, on our view, would be permitted, like as it would be part of the free market under anarcho-capitalism.
Yeah. Okay. So, how do you have private property without a state?
I mean, yeah, the idea is that if you go out and you legitimately appropriate some sort of scarce resource, then you become the owner. Or if someone does that and then trades with you and gives you that, you'd become the owner. And so that's how you could have private property. Like imagine if you are on some island in the middle of nowhere. We would say that assuming the island's unowned, if you went around and started collecting resources, you would become the owner of those things. So we don't think that property rights come from the government.
So, you can just enforce property rights by means of what? Everyone just has to follow it.
Well, the enforcement of people's property rights would be done most likely through security agencies, or more specifically, rights enforcement agencies, is what they're usually called.
There is like power and force involved in holding your stake of private property.
I mean, there can be, right? If you need to defend your property, then that's permissible in anarcho-capitalism.
And so there's a kind of like self-righteousness. Like if other people want your things, but you say no, this is mine, then you kind of have to use your force to defend yourself.
Sure, I'm not sure what you mean by self-righteousness here.
Well, in the sense that it is your property according to you, and it doesn't. Other people may disagree with it. Obviously, people who would want a share of that pie.
I mean, we can say that like other people would most likely, in many cases, disagree that something's your property, but we're saying that there's like an objective, like we believe in a certain legal theory, right? I mean, we might need to get more into that later, but we think there's like certain, at least I think there are certain like objective standards when it comes to the law, and these standards aren't like what do you call it, established by the government. I think you can arrive at these things like a priori. So, like through reasoning, I think we can arrive at certain norms when it comes to property. So I don't think it's just like, oh, according to me, I own this. It's like, well, no, I think like in an objective sense, right? When we're talking about property rights, I saw you in some cases you can say you own something, and even if other people disagree, like that's just kind of their problem.
If one person owns a gold mine and there are like 5 people in a village, what's stopping the other 4 from saying you have a monopoly on this resource just by finding it? It should be shared amongst all.
It's not necessarily a problem in our view if you have a quote-unquote monopoly on some resource, right? Because you could have like these, what we'd call, I guess, small market monopolies, where it's like, we could have something similar where it's like a grocery store in some small town. Oh, they're the only grocery store, therefore they have this tiny territorial monopoly on grocery stores or whatever in this town. But the thing there is that it's not like this business is like stopping anyone else from, presumably they're not stopping anyone else from entering the market, right? They're not going to use force like a government would to stop people from coming into this industry. So that wouldn't be a monopoly on our views, because that wouldn't be upheld by force. It's not like you're stopping other people from competing with you, right? I'm saying the idea is that that's a core trait of the state, is that it has a forceful monopoly, it has a violent monopoly over like adjudication and defense.
Right, but resources are limited, and so if you have a monopoly on all of the resource in one way, you could actually be preventing other people from getting that resource.
I mean, that might be true, but like, where exactly are you going with this?
Then you can control all of that resource, then you can say that this is my private property, and others would say that no, this is not right, you're monopolizing what should be a commodity for all of us to have access to, so that we can all have competition and create a free market. So then who do you go with?
I go with the person who owns the property. Like, just because the people live in this area and think that they should have the resource doesn't mean they have a right to it.
Well, then that goes against the free market, doesn't it?
How does it go against the free market?
Because Well, I mean, a free market, you would allow competition. Anyone can have access to those
Yeah,
resources
there is
so long as they're more
no.
efficient.
They can compete if they want to, right? Just because it's infeasible, or is it unfeasible? I don't know. Impractical for them to do so. They would find it very hard to do so, right? Or the circumstances make it such that that's just not something they could do. Doesn't mean that this goes against the free market, because it's not like, again, it's not like there's a state that's imposing these things upon people, right? That's forcing them to go with their services, right? In this case, it's not like whoever owns the gold mine. At least you didn't stipulate that they're doing something like preventing other people from trying to compete with them, or forcing people to buy their services, right? Or stealing or taking money from people, right? Under the threat of like being imprisoned or having violence done onto them. So, like, this doesn't seem to be analogous to a state, like this person or whatever. And so it doesn't seem like this goes against the free market.
Well, if anything, you see, again, resources are limited. So I mean, you can say that, yeah, there's free competition. They can go outside and do something of their own. But if you already have all the resources, then you've already erected a barrier, and then private property
How
is
is that
being
like
upheld.
analogous to a government, like a state? How does that define it?
Well, yeah, that's sort of. Are you asking how is that analogous to a state? Well, it is.
Yeah, because if it's analogous to a state, then that would be against the free market. That would be against what I
Yeah.
believe. But I don't think that is against the free market, because I don't think it's a government, a state.
Yeah, it seems to me that AnCap creates a state.
You didn't
Because you
demonstrate
need someone to uphold those private property rules.
that's
and-
not. It doesn't have to be a state, though.
Well, it's an entity that, and I mean, that's kind of how like governments sort of come to be, right? Protecting land rights, resource rights of certain individuals, and then they amass more, and then.
Hey, right now I'm playing on War Main. Sorry for the late response.
You a Marxist?
Not necessarily, but I think that's one way of looking at it.
Okay, whatever. So, I mean, I just don't see how what you're describing in the gold mine hypothetical is a state. Like, because you're trying to say, oh, this is a state, but you're fine with it. That goes against the free market, therefore, like, inconsistent.
By the way, I know you were mentioning that there's an a priori kind of righteousness to the one person with the gold mine in the village of 5, but that's not an actual mechanism, though. That's just kind of like if the other 4 people, if you were one of them, then you would just say, no, you can't just monopolize all of the gold mine. This is all of ours. Like, there would have to be a mechanism to prevent that.
What does that have to do with the normative claim I'm making?
Well, because
like, you're saying that this is what people would think and what they do, what they say. Okay. I mean, sure, they probably would, right? Doesn't mean you're right.
To erect that barrier, and that would be a state.
Huh? Say it again?
Like, in order to prevent the 4 people from, like, expropriating the gold mine from the one person who monopolized it, you would need a state to protect that one person's right to that private property.
What do you mean they monopolized it? Like, do you mean in the sense that, oh, they're the only one in control of a gold mine in this area? Or do you mean it in my sense, right? Because there's a difference.
I mean, if you want, like, I don't know, like real-world examples, like say, United Fruit Company in Guatemala that took over all of their land and made banana farms there, or like, you know, the UK post-independence of Iraq that had all of the stake in their oil.
So are you talking about examples when you had individuals who were going to places and, like, using force to get what they want? Like, I'm not really sure what happened in these cases.
Well, in any case, it's possible that one person can have a monopoly on the private. One person can have a monopoly on the resources of a certain land. Like, they can control multiple.
Just because you have a small market monopoly doesn't mean that that's against the free market. It doesn't mean that doesn't undermine the principles of capitalism, as like AnCaps.
No, I'm not. I mean, I'm asking you in a more pragmatic way. Like, what's actually stopping other people from, like, nationalizing it?
What's stopping people?
Private security.
Yeah.
You could have private security, private rights enforcement. I mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, like, we just believe all the functions of the state would still be there in terms of, like, protection and courts and all that thing. The difference would be it would be privatized, and because there would be competition, yeah. Because there would be competition, there would be a less likelihood of monopoly, because monopolies generally happen when you have less competition more often, but when you have more competition, there's a lot less. It's a lot less likely.
In order to defend the private property stakes of a minority in a given society that owns the resources, you would need to enforce those laws or whatever private security you say, and it ends up becoming a state. The very thing.
How does that become a state? How does that become a state?
Because, well, what does a state do? You tell me. It has laws.
Yeah, but
Pretty
here's the
told
difference.
you.
One's
I already told you
voluntary.
what I think the state is.
One's
right?
voluntary. The state doesn't ask your permission, whenever you want to buy their stuff. They force you to buy their stuff. With a private company, you can choose not to buy their stuff.
If you have, again, remember in this village example, if there are 5 people in a village, one has nationalized the gold mine, one owns that as private property, right? It belongs to one person. Then why would the other 4 people voluntarily be okay with that? They won't.
Well, I mean,
okay, just
why is a different question.
Why does that matter?
Yeah, why? To me, it doesn't matter why would they vote. What matters is whether or not they're right, and they would be wrong. If they stole somebody's gold mine, that would be immoral.
Is anarcho-capitalism a real ideology, or is it just like a fantasy? Because you have to come up with mechanisms for these. It's not a good enough answer.
Private security.
Are you asking for enforcement mechanisms?
There would be insurance companies. Yeah. We would have insurance companies that you can hire in order to insure your property against damage or torts against other individuals. And then they would hire private security in the case of somebody violating your property rights in some way, and you could call them the same way you do with the police. So yeah, we do have all these things thought of. Now, if you give me an island example, obviously there wouldn't be an insurance company there because it's in an island. But when we talk about in normal real life, yeah, we would have those things.
Okay, so the British come to India, right? These aren't government, right? These are just merchants. They formed the East India Trading Company, right? They do trading with the Indians. It's a pretty lucrative trade. They make a lot of money.
Were they ANCAPs?
Eventually, they decide to form a military. They hire private soldiers, and then they just take over the area, and then they just monopolize all the resources.
Yeah,
Wait, what do you mean
they weren't ANCAPs? They didn't believe in private property. They just wanted to
What do
take
you mean
money.
they tried to take over the area? What are they doing? Conquest? I don't know what you're referring to. It's very vague.
Well, they took over the resources.
Vaguely, I don't know the details, so you have to inform me, because I don't know if this is are you trying to say that oh, this is what your beliefs entail?
No, I'm telling you that these capitalists that came to India.
Why would I think they were capitalists?
Yeah, what's capitalist about a person that steals?
If they're stealing, we wouldn't say they're a capitalist. We'd say they're a fucking criminal.
Yeah,
right? They might have been a capitalist at some point, right? But then if they become a fucking criminal, then they're like the state.
Mm-hmm. They're just private
to be
criminals.
Clear, right? You were telling me just now that you can have private security to defend your own property, and
yeah,
and well, it's perspectival, because to you it's defending your own property, but it very well could be, taking what is a common resource and just taking it all for yourself.
What do you mean taking a common
resource?
Whoa. Okay, we do not believe in this common resource stuff, right? When you're talking about, are you just talking about resources that existed, say, in India, and then these capitalists went and took them? Were they stealing? Were they actually stealing from people who own these things, or were they just things out there that nobody had touched?
No, they were trading with them at first. They got a lot of money from those trades, and then eventually, with all that money, they decided they'll get an army and then subjugate the people.
Okay, then that's not capitalism at that point.
Yeah, that's
They're
not
fucking
capitalism.
It's the next logical conclusion to capitalism. Once you amass all that wealth and power, then you
So
may as well...
basically what you're saying is because one company amassed power and then invaded another group of people, that means every single time that there's going to be a private company in an area, they're going to do that.
Oh yes, 100%. In fact, yes, I am exactly saying that. And you can look at your own history.
Why don't they just do that now?
They do that right now. In fact, that's the reason why the United States could all those countries in Central America, South America, just like I mentioned, Guatemala, United Fruit Company.
Are you talking about what the government did or what companies did?
We're against
These
the
are what
government. I don't know
companies
who
do.
you're talking to.
No,
Okay, if
these are what
hold on, if the
companies
companies
do.
are doing these horrible things, right? Like subjugating people. We're just gonna say that's like what governments do, right? They go conquest and
No,
murder
that's
people
what the
and
companies do,
enslave them
to
and
be clear.
genocide them.
The
Huh?
United
So,
States
like,
government
I
is
can
not a
tell you the
company.
company if you want to hear.
No, not the United States government. Like if you go to the supermarket, you know the brand Chiquita, the
Mhm.
banana brand. Yeah, that used to be known as the United Fruit Company,
Okay.
and they're the ones who basically instigated the
against
coup
that.
in Honduras,
We're against
and they
the
took
state
over.
working with private companies.
Yeah, well, I don't like it when the private companies amass that much wealth and power and decide to coup governments for their own benefit.
Yeah, but that's what happens when you have a government. They literally twist the laws in their favor all the time.
This was a company that did it.
I mean, I don't
Yeah,
know
but the
what
companies, they wouldn't be allowed to do that if the government didn't step aside and allow them to do it.
I think that's a pretty that's not really accurate at all.
So
The company
government,
took over
you
the
never heard of
country
lobbying?
because, again, the state is a product of these companies, right? It benefited the.
What?
Yes, it is.
No, the state is a criminal organization that is there to benefit themselves. Sometimes they do things to benefit certain businesses so that they
Yeah.
can benefit themselves. But
The state
fundamentally,
is the natural product of
the state is
capitalism.
not a natural product of capitalism. Capitalism is the free exchange of private property between individuals.
Again, it's not free if one person can take it all for themselves.
But that's not how it works.
Well, it is how it works.
Name me the one person that's taking it all for themselves.
Yeah, like rising wealth inequality. Like look at your look
If
at
you want
reality
less,
that's happening
if you
right
want
now.
less wealth
God.
inequality, then the state is your biggest enemy because the state rigs certain laws in the favor of certain companies. Like, would you support abolishing those laws and limiting this power of the state so that they don't give certain businesses a leg up?
Do you have any examples in less words?
Okay, regulations, intellectual
Like what?
property laws,
No, less words.
minimum
Like, do you have
wage
any
laws.
Yeah, well, what was the time in the U.S. which had the most economic prosperity?
I don't know.
That was post World War II. The 20 years past post World
Does
War II.
correlation equal causation?
No, but it very much is the case that when there was strong labor laws, strong high minimum wage, that is the highest
We
living
would have been
standards and
more
productivity
free.
in
We
the
would have
US.
been more free if we didn't have that
Wait.
stuff.
That's not true. People are wealthier now on average. Like literally people in
No.
like every what do you call it, quintile
Which is
of wealth of income in the U.S. Like people have more money now than they.
We
Like
are
they back
certainly a
then.
lot more rich than
But this
people
is
in the
a
1920s
misunderstanding.
today,
This
Or
is a
40s,
misunderstanding.
50s, 60s.
or
Again,
any
if you
time period in the
compare
past.
Mhm.
First of all, we have to deconstruct what's actually happening, right? What's happened compared to now versus before 1971 is that wealth inequality has rapidly increased.
Yeah, because of the state.
And
Why would we care about?
no,
I just want to like
The state
challenge this framework.
does the state rigs certain laws in favor of certain companies so that they could be ahead of other businesses, allowing them to gather all the wealth, while all the smaller companies are basically screwed. That's why we're against regulation. That's why we're against
Well, I would
minimum
agree
wage
with you, but
laws.
that would make us both wrong.
Yeah, so let's get rid of minimum
Again,
wage
you can
laws.
compare it to other countries as well, like the UK.
they privatized all of the
nationalization.
government. No,
Yeah, we
they
should
they privatized it.
We
and
should
that led
privatize
to, falling
Allow there to be
standards.
competition.
Yeah, but that's making things worse, though. So why would
It's
you
not
advocate?
making. If
They
you
allow-
have so monopolies are better than competition.
No, I mean, yes, they can be. I think monopolies, if they are, can be better.
When?
Yeah, so here's economics 1A,
And I think
all right?
it's just like
A
ideal,
monopoly,
like-
the reason why monopolies are bad, right, is because once you have a monopoly, you're no longer incentivized to provide the best service because people are going to buy your service regardless of whether the price is high or low, thus increasing the likelihood of that business being much more inefficient or selling at a higher price than they otherwise could when there is competition.
Yeah,
That's
well,
why
I mean, you're reading
monopolies
like
are really
economics
bad.
textbook to me.
It's kind of like market fundamentalism.
I mean, that's
you
just
have
a
to
fact.
sort of look beyond the act. No, that's what's in the economics textbook. It's
you
not a
reject
fact.
like this basic.
it's a fact.
logic of the market?
Yes,
Like,
I reject neoliberal economics.
This isn't neoliberal economics. This is Austrian economics.
Yeah, that is neoliberal economics, dude. I don't support that.
Austrian
Okay,
economics is neoliberal economics?
Free market capitalism is the complete opposite. It's what concludes in
Most people
power
don't believe in
concentration
like
to the
free market
wealthiest.
capitalism. Like, what
Yeah,
we believe.
most
Like,
people in the
don't-
government do not agree with free market capitalism.
The people that are disagreeing with it are the ones that are like holding the system. If you like actually allow like it to happen, which actually does happen, then you will
Then
just
why
get
would they
even more
want to
collapse.
prevent it, right? If it's giving them power to allow capitalism to go. If you would expect them to not restrict capitalism if it makes them better off. The reason why they restrict capitalism is because allowing people to trade freely takes away their power, because it makes it so that they have no businesses within the market have no choice but to compete with each other on a level playing field. Businesses don't want to compete on a level playing field. That's why they lobby the government in order to give themselves laws to
You're
make
not really
themselves.
giving me an actual like reality-based answer. You're just reading the economics textbook to me, which isn't an
Wait a
answer.
minute.
That's sort of like,
Lobbying doesn't happen in the real world. Companies taking advantage
no, it does.
of
And
lobbying
it's
doesn't happen in the
corporations
real
that do the
world.
lobbying.
Okay,
And
that's
it's
what I'm talking
corporations that
about.
do the lobbying. And
That's
not
what
be
I'm
allowed.
That's what I'm talking about, dude. That's what I'm talking
And
about.
corporations, like, they lobby for what? They lobby for lower taxes. They lobby for deregulation. Why is that?
No,
Like, why
is it
actually
that
it's the
these,
opposite.
lobbying
Companies,
Why?
well, they may support deregulation for themselves, but a lot of big corporations don't support deregulations for other companies. They actually, in fact, there are many companies that go out of their way to put regulations because they are larger companies are able to take on the cost of all of these costs that regulations are associated with, whereas the smaller companies aren't, thus crowding them out of the market without actually doing any competing with them. They could just go to the state and have them force them to put minimum wage laws, for example. And they know that not most companies at the bottom rung of society are not able to pay this higher minimum wage, thus cutting out their competition. This is why we should abolish minimum wages.
Again, I don't think it's minimum wage. I think it's other regulations. Like if you look at how
It's just an
Meta is
example.
trying to get AI regulated, minimum wage on the other hand, it's a different sort of scenario. In fact, these corporations, they benefit from having minimum wage as low as possible.
Some benefits, but some lower rung, smaller businesses, yes, they do. But larger corporations that want to cut out their competition, they love minimum wages. Walmart, Amazon, you can actually look, they're the ones that support having a minimum wage. And the reason why is because when they have a higher...
corporations are actually inefficient. And big corporations, they overhire workers. And it's less about actual productivity and more about just hiring people.
But you know why they're able to continue despite the fact that they're inefficient? Because they have regulations that stop their competitors from competing with them, thus allowing them to overcome diseconomies of scale. What you're talking about is what we call diseconomies of scale. Diseconomies of scale is when a corporation becomes so large that the economies of scale no longer apply, thus making them more inefficient as they grow larger. But they can overcome this using regulation that stops their competitors from being able to compete with them, thus allowing them to overcome it. That's why we're against regulations.
Yeah, I agree with you there, actually. I don't think that's good.
No, I know, but what I'm trying to say is, and if you think that's bad, then you must be with us on this regulation stuff. Having regulation is bad because regulation is bad for smaller companies because it basically makes it so that they have to pay more in order to run a business, and that's good for big companies because they have less competition. That's why.
If I may, I think that allowing corporations to sort of pick and choose the regulations that selectively benefit them, obviously this is not good. So I would definitely agree with you there, but I don't think you can jump from there and generalize it.
And who do we put in charge of
good or
making
bad?
Most of these regulations that are put in place are made by these companies and a lot of these groups that benefit from it. I mean, they'll literally send it to these... Huh? No, that's true.
The government is a complex tapestry of people, and they do represent people as well. And it's not just entirely corporation run. There
yes,
are
but
like regulations
these companies, they pay they pay businesses and what they call politicians more when they side with them.
Yes, but you cannot attribute every single regulation to that, and it varies across countries
I'm
as
not
well.
saying every single regulation is due to that. I'm saying because
I'm
yeah, there
telling
are
the
some
US is
well-meaning
definitely
regulations that are put on the book because they mean well and they want to help people or they want to reduce harm, right? But what I'm saying is a lot of regulations do that. And even the ones that are well-meaning still have negative consequences too.
Yes, I don't disagree with you there. It's I would definitely say that some regulations do benefit corporations disproportionately, and those should be scrapped. But there are also sometimes lack of regulations that benefit these corporations as well, and that should also not be allowed.
Well,
Ultimately, whatever.
regulation is not a bad thing because it allows businesses that are smaller to be able to enter the business, and that makes it so there's more competition. When there's more competition, that makes it so that there's a higher amount of innovation because there's more people working on the same thing.
Do you think that if we had a free competition between, like, say, a 30-year-old man and like a 6-year-old baby, and we just said the strongest one wins in the end, like?
When you put it that way, yeah, maybe not in that specific situation, yeah, whatever. But like,
Well,
if you're
that's
talking
sort of how
about in
international
general,
trade
yeah,
works,
like,
though, right? I mean,
I just want to finish the point, right? This is sort of how international trade works. Like, IMF, the World Trade Organization, and such like this. After, like, the African nations got, like, their independence, like, they were basically sort of pressured to keep their resources as free market economies, and they were not really allowed to industrialize, because if they were to industrialize, those would be like infant industries, and they can't really compete with like an
What
already
countries are you
established.
wait, who
talking
was
about?
restricting them
US.
from industrializing?
Well, that's sort of how well, this is neoliberal economics. When the IMF gives a bailout to a country, it tells it to open up its market,
Yeah,
and it tells it
we
to
don't
reduce
agree
its
with
regulations
bailouts.
and
We're
open
against
it.
bailouts.
I know, but I'm saying that's the point. It's sort of like it's a bailout, but then it tells the country to be open to free market and allow it to be open to foreign capital.
Yeah, and then
But that's not a free market. Bailouts aren't free market. That's the state coming in and helping a private business when they would have otherwise failed. We want certain businesses to fail when they're not doing a good service.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with the bailouts either. I'm just saying that this is happening, and
Yeah,
as
but
a
what do
condition for the
the
bailout,
companies
they're
or
told
countries
to
become
free market.
capitalist or something? Like, and then they perform poorly? Like, what are you talking about?
Well, like, this is sort of what happens. Like, countries like Madagascar, Pakistan, Argentina, such and such. Like, when they went bankrupt, the IMF went to them and said, "You guys have to open up your economy. Only then we'll give you a loan." Like, this is what happens in reality.
Yeah, but you're talking about a state.
Right?
Yeah, we're not.
Yeah.
We're against states.
Oh,
But states are based.
No.
Well, but you would be for states becoming more free market and reducing regulation.
Yeah, but that would entail there being
That's
less
sort
of
of
a
what's
state.
happening.
Now, if you
Yeah, that's
have
sort of
more,
what's
the more
happening.
free market, the less
Okay,
state that
what-
there is.
do they become more free market? Like the IMF
They
tells
do.
them. Okay, then what happens?
And then they fail, and then they take more bailouts. Like, that's
Do they
literally
become-
the point.
What were the liberalization efforts in these countries?
Say that again?
Like, what did it look like how did they become free market? Like,
Yeah,
Give
so
any-
I'll give you an example. Like
I read a lot
say
of books.
India, right? So
The reason why I'm educated on all this is because I read a lot of books on economics, and I'm an anarcho-capitalist.
the IMF went up to them and said, "Okay, we'll give you a bailout.
Who's the
but
IMF?
You have to open up the International Monetary Fund,
Okay, gotcha.
which is an organization set up by the U.S. post World War II to make foreign capital sort
We're
of."
against that.
it's interesting
Well,
how
no,
this
this
all
is
has
free
already to do with
market.
states, but okay.
That's
Yeah,
not
how
free
does
market.
How does it get to
It is
capital?
free market. Because
No,
it states
international
that
banks
capital
are
should
not
be
free
globalized.
market. We believe in a free banking system.
Again, it allows for capital to freely move between countries without any restriction.
That's the opposite. If you have a Federal Reserve or a state-run bank, that's quite literally the opposite. You're restricting competition.
How is state-run
I don't
things
think you're really
market?
following.
Are you trying to say the state-run things are free market?
Yeah, that's not free market. A federal bank is not a free market.
I think you're sort of misunderstanding a little bit.
Maybe I am. Maybe I am.
But I'll just go back to the example. So like, yeah, countries like India, like Pakistan, Argentina, such and such, like, yeah, they were basically given bailouts. They opened up their economies to foreign corporations like American MNCs and such, and they come into their country. They're allowed to like take their resources, and then the country fails again, and then they're given another
Wait,
bailout
allowed by
on
who?
the condition that they open up further.
Allowed by who?
Well, allowed by what do you mean?
You said that they were allowed to steal the people's resource. Allowed by who?
By the state themselves. Like that was the condition of the bailout.
Wait, but isn't that what we're against? This is what we're
Yeah,
saying we're
but I'm
against. That's
telling
not
you
a
that
free
this is
market.
how it works.
That's not an
Global
example of a free
capitalism-
market, dude. That's the
No, but
opposite of a free
It
market.
is. I'm telling you that global like capitalism, it
That's not a
creates
free market.
post-colonial world order.
What do you think a free market is?
How? What?
What do you think
Oh,
a free
God.
market is?
A free
don't
market,
even know
in the way you imagine it, is kind of like a fantasy land. When you actually implement it, it
Doesn't matter if
results
it's
in
a fantasy-
No,
concentration
no,
of
no, no, no,
resources.
no,
Hold
no.
on.
Answer the
Hold on.
question.
Is it? Oh my god.
What is a free market?
A free market is sort of an imaginary idea that they teach you in economic textbooks. That supply meets demands and people just magically shake hands, and it ignores power dynamics.
Yeah, so that's not what a free market is. A free
a
market
nondescript-
is a market in which the restriction of goods, the sale of goods and services, that there's when I said that completely wrong. Sorry, are backwards. That a free market is a market where there is no restriction of the sale and consumption of goods and services, or production of goods and services. That's what a free market is. And you're giving an example of a state restricting the free market, and then you're saying that's a free market.
Well, first of all, you've sort of misunderstood what I was telling you. And secondly, well, the definition of free market that you're giving is unachievable. It literally does not exist.
It
And in
happens every
pursuing
day.
that, you create those kinds of dynamics.
It happens every day. People freely trade with each other every single
Hold
day.
on. Wait. This is really important. You're saying it's unachievable, but somehow they're still seemingly implementing what we believe. They're doing the free market policies. I thought that's like not possible. But then
Yeah,
you're
how
looking
could they
when
be
you make
implementing it if
happen.
it's unachievable?
Because when you go for it, you end up concentrating power in the hands of the
Oh,
resource
when
holder.
you don't go for what we actually believe you mean.
Yeah,
You
but
go- you
your
implement
example
totally
was the
different things.
opposite of what we believe in.
Okay, can you tell me what my example was? If you
You
were following
said
along?
that the government was allowing private company to come in and pillage a group of people, and that government, on the condition of allowing them to do that, would get some sort of loan. And I'm saying that's not a free market.
Well, I'm telling you, this is the reality of global capitalism.
Yeah, but that
Okay,
you're not
demonstrate
understanding.
it's
That's not a free market. What about that is a free market?
It's a free market in the sense that coercion and power dynamics, this is just a like natural conclusion.
No. Like that's
Not
not
an argument.
what I asked you. Like I
Yeah.
asked you, how is that a free
This
market?
is a free market because if you allow your economy to be opened up and you allow like foreign companies to come in, then you're opening yourself to
Yeah,
competition.
but that's not what
You're
was
saying that
happening.
anyone
That's
can
not
come
what you
in.
described.
No, that is what was happening.
No.
This
They
is
didn't,
literally
they
what
didn't
happened.
say, "Oh, I want to open up. Yes, company, come on in here and do what you want." No, the state forced people to open up when they didn't want to, based on so that they can get a loan. That is not a free market, dude. That's the opposite of a free market.
No, you're not really following it correctly, but we can move on if you'd like.
He keeps saying that, but what's the
But
tracking
wait,
failure?
what? Okay, give me the hypothetical one more time, so I don't get it wrong.
It's not a hypothetical, this is reality.
Give me the real situation one more time, so I don't get it wrong.
Okay. So India was bankrupt. They
Mhm.
needed help. The IMF comes in. They say, "Okay, we'll give you money, but you have to open up your economy."
Mhm.
And then
These are two
conditions
states,
involve
right?
What? The IMF is an international monetary fund. It's an international body, and India is a state.
Ran by.
Again, let me finish if you would.
No,
if
I
you
just
would,
want to just answer that
no.
question, please. Come on.
India's a state run by its government, whatever
Okay, there
socialist
you go.
government
Thank
No,
you.
the
they're having.
Got you. The IMF is run by states. Got you. Okay, go ahead.
Wait, what about the
Continue
IMF?
with your.
IMF is
continue.
run by capital holders, mostly Western countries.
Capital holders. What do you mean by
Capital.
that?
Is that
Capital
true?
holders.
Yeah,
What do they
it's
hold
mostly
capital?
Western countries
So it's a
that have power
completely
there,
private
mostly the
institution,
USA.
is what you're saying.
Let's Google the IMF.
Governmental institution.
Okay, so
Oh,
then
it's a
it's not. Okay, thank you very much. All right, now we can continue.
But again, just to be
Oh,
clear,
it's a
right?
global organization of 191 countries working to foster monetary cooperation, secure financial stability, and reduce poverty. Wow, it's a
Okay, so
government.
it's a state.
Intergovernmental.
It's
An
yeah.
I
intergovernmental.
know, I'm telling you. And now here's the kicker, right?
Okay.
So they go to a country like India.
So
they
these
say,
are two
okay,
states. Continue.
Technically, an organization of many states in another state.
Yeah. So these are two
Yeah,
criminal
something like that.
organizations.
It's a body, an organization.
Okay,
And
gotcha.
so
So what
they
happened?
say, okay,
So what did those criminal organizations do?
they tell this country, you reduce your trade barriers, you reduce your tariffs, you reduce your regulations, such that foreign companies can come in, set up branches, and then the foreign companies come in, they set up their bases, they're able to get resources and ownership of them, and then the company's unable to get up on its own 2 feet again, and then it subsequently gets bankrupted again, and it gets another bailout, and it loops.
Oh, so it's not capitalism.
Yeah, so
They
it's
got
not
bailed out.
capitalism.
No, it is capitalism.
That's
But
not-
you guys just don't see it that
So
way. Because
you're
you guys
talking
them
about
out.
a state basically doing a deal with another state, saying if you do not open up, we're gonna not give you a
Again,
loan.
I
So
thought
then the state,
deregulation was
then the state of India forced the people within its country to open up against their will, and then now you're saying this is a free market. Two states.
Again, I thought you were the guy saying that deregulation and increasing competition was capitalism.
Is it deregulation?
Wait,
Is it
Yeah, it
is
is
what you're
deregulation.
talking about deregulation? As far
Yes,
as I
it
can tell,
is.
that's not that's not two companies, a company deregulating an economy. What is going
it was
on?
deregulation. That's what I'm telling you. The deregulation was used to open up these countries so that foreign capital would come in. That's literally what I'm telling you.
Okay, so states force their will upon people, and you're saying that's a free market.
What you're saying is a cure is actually the poison.
No. So let's
some
just go.
people
Let's
need
just
to
make this very
deregulate.
clear. Let's make
You
this
understand it
very
doesn't work-
crystal clear. You're saying a state forced people to do something against their will, and capitalism is the reason.
Yes. In fact, you
But
don't
that
even
makes
need to look that far away. Like, look at Venezuela, right?
That's
Like,
not
Donald
a free
Trump took
market.
away
That is the
No, but
complete
Venezuela's
opposite
no
of a free
fucking
market.
socialist. People are starving.
I know, but I'm telling you that free market, it goes hand in hand with the
You
government.
mean when the socialism happens, it's actually the free market?
Wait. What is
No.
free? What is a free market about the state? Tell me, please.
Well, because it's not a free market, it's a misnomer. It doesn't exist. It's a fantasy. But
No,
if you
that's
pursue it,
okay.
then you
So
end up with
people
these kinds of
trading with
dynamics.
each other, without coercion, that's a fantasy.
Yes, it is.
So when you go to the
Oh,
Walmart,
true.
when you go to the local
Oh.
grocery store and buy grocery stores, somebody's forcing you to buy those grocery stores.
All right.
Groceries?
Do you think Walmart is
Okay, you're
is
avoiding the
forgot when I
question.
went
You
to
don't
the store the
avoid the
other day,
question.
it's
Excuse me.
impossible to
Don't
do
avoid the question. When you go to your local grocery store and you buy groceries, which I assume you probably do, right? Who's forcing you to do that?
It's the architecture of the economy. I mean, this is not how economies used
Okay.
to be run.
That's
the
listen to me very
architecture-
carefully. You're not answering the question. Who is
Because you
forcing
want
you?
the
So
answer
point
to
me
be
to
in
the
a certain
person.
way, which is not
Po-
asking a question.
Point me
You're
to the.
searching for an answer.
Wait, what's the question?
The question is, he's saying that the state, that private corporations are just as coercive as the state, essentially. So my question is, okay, well, if that's the case, or actually his claim was
Well, you
that
tell me. Are you
his
able to
claim
sustain
essentially-
yourself
wait,
without
excuse
going
me.
to the grocery store?
your claim was essentially that it's impossible for there to be a free market. It's impossible. That's just a pipe dream. So I'm like, okay, well, but the free market happens literally every single day. So I'll give you an example. When you go to the grocery store,
Walmart.
there's nobody forcing you to go to the grocery store. You just choose to go to the grocery store because you want the stuff that's there. That's what we call a voluntary transaction, and that would be a free market, an example of a free market working in the real world, correct?
In your opinion, and I would still say it's wrong.
I mean, per our definition.
Wait, the definition of a free market.
Trying to act like, oh, it's just per your opinion. Like, I don't know.
It's not my opinion. That's just the definition of a
it's
free
just wrong,
market.
though.
That's just a fact
Like,
of
can
the matter.
you live without going to the grocery store? No, you have to go to the grocery store.
Wait,
to
no.
get your
Wait,
needs.
someone's forcing you to go to the grocery store?
Well, yeah, you need to eat.
Who?
You're gonna die if you
fact
don't
Wait,
eat.
who's forcing you? Let's find who the guy is so we can throw him in jail. Who's doing it to you?
Well, as a human being, you need to eat to live. I'm not sure if you know
That's a
No,
this.
biological
that's not what I asked you. I
That's not
asked you who is forcing you, not what. Who?
Well, why does Walmart come here and have the right to
You're
exploit-
avoiding the
have
question.
all of these resources?
And you're avoiding the question. Who's forcing you to buy from Walmart?
Who allowed Tyson Farms to have all
You're
of
avoiding
those,
you're avoiding the question. Who's forcing you to buy from Walmart?
The government is.
Okay, so the government came to you and said you must buy from Walmart. If you do not, I'm gonna shoot you.
Yeah, more or less.
When did they do that?
They did that from the laws and the permissions that they give to these
Wait, so there's only
corporations. As you
one
said,
grocery store?
As
in
you
your-
yourself said, how these corporations lobby these governments. Like,
No,
I
no,
mean,
no.
like, look at
That's
the
that's
effect
not
of
what I
Walmart.
asked you. You're
Go to
avoiding
Walmart,
the
though.
question again.
no,
So
but
you're saying
again-
Walmart is the only grocery store you can go to.
there's this thing called the Costco effect. When a Costco comes into the city,
Not what I
like
asked
a lot
you.
of the other businesses
question
go out
was,
of business. So that is kind of
Walmart
like,
the only grocery store you can go to?
yeah, more or less. At least here in Canada, if you look at it, most of the big grocery
Biggest
stores are
top in
owned by
Canada.
one
All right, let me
conglomerate.
ask ChatGPT. In Canada,
Walmart-
is Walmart the only grocery store you can go to?
I mean, if you dumb it down like that, then you'll prove yourself right.
You're trying to
No.
say, like,
We're not
most-
environmental.
No, Walmart is definitely not the only grocery store in Canada. Not even close. Canada actually has a huge number of grocery chains. Walmart is just one of many options.
Wow.
And it lists a whole bunch of other ones.
You really got me there, man. I didn't see it.
Yeah, so
Good job.
basically, that's when you go to the grocery store and you buy food, that's a free market, right? And that's an example of a free market acting out in the real world, right?
I mean, if you believe what you believe, then what can I say, right? Like, I'm telling you that it doesn't
You
exist.
said it was a pipe
But
dream.
you just
the
said
free
it
market
doesn't
is
exist,
imaginary.
but you're engaging in the thing that you're saying doesn't exist.
All right, then you tell me. You open a shop next to Walmart and you get the same amount of business, and then you tell me.
That doesn't mean that.
How is that relevant to
Is
what I
that
just
for
asked
sure?
you?
It's not a free market if you don't have an actual free chance at
The
doing something
free-
about it.
Free part about it is the fact that you're You're going to Walmart
No,
by your own
it's not
accord and
free if you
voluntarily
have no
transact.
chance.
So
It's not
you
free if
have
someone
more
has
than
taken
one
it to
option.
themselves.
You have more than one option, and nobody's forcing you to go to Walmart, right? So that would mean that you choose when you go to Walmart and you buy their stuff, you're making a choice out of your many options to go to Walmart as opposed to the other ones, which means that in that situation
who
you're
gave Walmart
engaging
that right
in
to
that
exist?
situation you're engaging in a
Ultimately-
free market.
Ultimately, Walmart imposes itself on the people and says that it has the right to exist. But like on the basis of what?
How
The
is
law?
it imposing upon others by saying it has the right to exist?
Again,
What
the
does
way
that
you
even-
see the social contract is the opposite from the way I see it.
Okay, and
You're
that's
not
probably why
answering
we're
you're not answering the
talking about
question,
it?
dude.
because you're not like actually.
You're not like
because
engaging
you're
in what
sort
we're
of selling
asking.
away things. Well, because you're just wrong and you're framing it in just a completely
Well, you
incompatible
admit
way.
free market,
Wait,
not just a,
okay,
like,
you're the one that
imaginary-
listen. You're the one that made the claim that a free market is like this whimsical thing that's never happened in the real world. But then I give you an example of like when you go, like a simple example of you going to the grocery store and buying some groceries. Like
Okay,
as far as I
so
can tell,
where does
nobody's
Walmart
forcing you to go
source
to the
its,
grocery store. You choose to
Where
go
does
to the grocery
Walmart
store.
source its supplies from?
Huh? I don't know.
It
Why?
goes
Okay,
to-
how is that relevant?
Because how do they get them?
How is that relevant?
Because Walmart is the biggest retailer in North America. They have so much sway over the manufacturers
So there's no
of
other
goods that
grocery
they're able
stores.
to
There's no
reduce their
other
prices.
grocery store.
Yeah, but they have a monopolizing effect on the market. They tell these companies
There's no
what to
other
produce,
grocery
and if they
store.
don't-
I wonder what Walmart's
Walmart,
like. Is.
dude, if you can't stock your items on Walmart, then like as a business, you kind of like fail. Like Walmart basically has that
So
much
Walmart's
power
the
over
only
dictating
grocery
the terms
store.
of the market. No, but they have huge power over the market.
Okay,
and like
just
you
because
can't just
okay, that
ignore
doesn't matter. They're not a monopoly.
It does matter, and you
No,
cannot
they're not a
ignore it. That's
monopoly.
not free. They
And if you
kind of
want
are.
them, and if you want them not to be a large portion of the market, supporting regulation is the worst thing that you could do.
Dude, there's a Walmart in your city. There's a Walmart in my city.
I
if there are
never go
so
to
many
Walmart.
Actually, that's
I
not true.
never
I know,
go to
but,
Walmart.
if there
I
are
mean, there is a
these many
Walmart in my
Walmarts-
city, but I never go to
if there are
Walmart.
these many Walmarts, that means they have amassed like a huge deal of power, and you have to account for
Alright,
that.
hold on. The fact that Walmart has a lot of power, and also that's like due to the state, due to the government, right? We went over that earlier. But
That is
anyway,
not a free
that
market.
fact doesn't mean that like you don't have other options, right? You still have many options when it comes to what grocery store you go to, right? And you choose
Yeah.
to go to these
Okay.
grocery stores, right? So this just
Tell me
makes
another
the point
grocery
that
store you
these
go
are
to.
when you go to these stores, these are instances of like free market transactions. This is what
Yeah,
we're
this
talking
is a
about.
free.
No.
This is just an example of a free
It's a real
market.
thing.
I'll even
Obviously,
take up
it's a
your
real thing
example,
that
and I
people
will
freely
answer it in the
transact
way
all
you
the
want
time.
to. Okay?
What?
Let's say you go to another grocery store, which is another option, as you say. So can you
Yeah.
just name me an example of another grocery store?
Yeah, Safeway.
Yeah, Costco,
Safeway,
Whole
okay.
Foods, Giant Tigers,
Okay, let's go to
Uh,
Safeway. Let's
you
go to
know,
Safeway, yeah?
Patterson Group, Metro,
No.
Sobeys, Low Power
Yeah,
Company.
I agree. I agree that on the surface of it, it looks like there are different options. So let's go to Safeway.
There's not.
I'm
different-
assuming it's not owned by like the people who own Walmart. It is genuinely like a different player in the market.
I don't know.
Okay,
Let's just say.
so
Yeah.
say you go to Safeway and you want to buy like what, like bread,
Yeah.
a Snickers bar, I don't know, whatever you want to buy, right? Okay, now turns out a lot of the companies that supply to the Safeway, they have contracts where Walmart tells them that you cannot sell these at different places for much lower prices. They have these kinds of agreements
Wait,
with
what?
suppliers.
Is that an agreement?
Wait.
Yeah,
Or is that
these
forced?
exist.
So that's a free market. Thanks for proving
No,
that there's a
it's
free
not,
market.
because it
Talking
means
about-
that the biggest player in the market can dictate the terms of exchange for smaller players. This is coercion.
It's
It's
not
free.
coercion. It's not coercion
what?
It
to
is coercion.
have an agreement with a business to have lower prices in
Look,
your favor.
In my opinion, if it were a genuinely free market, you would be able to sell it to someone free of any coercion
No,
without
who's
being.
coercing who? Who's coercing who in that situation? They have an agreement. They have an
If you want to
agreement.
survive, if you want to survive as a company, you have to succumb to the terms of Walmart
No, you don't.
because they are the biggest supplier.
No, you
It comes
don't.
to the terms of Walmart. What the fuck?
You
are talking
don't.
about?
That's not true. And if that is true, it's because of the state.
All the company. Are you saying something like if the companies don't? What? There are certainly companies that don't like do these dealings with Walmart or anything. They don't have to do these dealings with Walmart.
So
What are you
like
talking about?
random
Yeah, but it's
stores
much
down the
harder for
street
them.
that sells T-shirts, they have to work with Walmart. That's not true.
Again, I didn't say T-shirts. I said like literally any good, like Snickers bar or whatever. You can't sell it for a much lower price.
So
if
wait,
you're
I
dealing
can't
with
go to
Walmart.
I can't go to 7-Eleven and buy a Snicker bar.
Is that what I said? Is that what you honestly think I said?
Yeah, you just said that you can't sell at a competitive price the same products that Walmart sells. And I said, okay, well, but Walmart sells Snicker bars. 7-Eleven sells Snicker bars. They compete with each
All
other.
right, I'm just gonna say it here that I don't think like we're really hearing each other.
Maybe not,
so I don't-
but I'm not
don't
trying
think
to be
that's
malicious
each
here. I'm truly trying to understand what you're saying.
Alright, so I don't really understand what's going on in these like deals where it's like you can't charge more less than this price. Like I don't. What exactly is going on there?
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Like, if I
Because-
have a deal with a
I
company
just want like an
and I, you know,
explanation, or
you
like
know.
an elaboration on that.
If you're a business and you want to do well, you kind of have to like get your product on as many shelves as possible, and
Mm-hmm.
you will have to play by the rules that they ask you to play. And sure, you are supposedly free enough to like go to some small shop, I guess, and sell it on the side of the road or whatever. But like that's a lot harder, isn't it? And it's not
Just
really
because
realistic.
you go against like
Well, it may be
a bunch
harder,
of
right?
standards or-
But I mean, you can still do
just
it.
because you go against like standards of a market or something like that, you're not like quote unquote playing by the rules. Doesn't mean there's like coercion at play.
If you don't play by the rules, then you sort of, you go on the street.
How was that necessarily coercive?
That means you don't have that free choice anymore.
Yeah, you do.
You have to do it in a certain way the other person says it has to be done.
No, you
I think
don't.
that's coercion,
No, you don't. You can do it the way you want.
and you'll fail.
Just because you'll fail doesn't mean you don't have the choice.
Yeah, I mean, dude, there's
it's
like
not
so
a
many
real
companies
choice, dude.
that's not even true. There's so many companies that compete with Walmart.
Just because you'll fail if you go against like what everyone else does, or you're just like completely isolated in terms of the market, doesn't mean that like, oh, you're being coerced. Like, no, you're just doing a bad job.
You don't have
Just
to
fucking
buy
failing.
from
It's your fault.
Walmart. I don't buy from Walmart. You know what I'm saying? I haven't gone to Walmart in years.
But you buy products that in other stores that indirectly are affected by Walmart's huge prominence as the major
Okay.
retailer in North
But
America.
that's just called competition, dude. People should be allowed
It
to compete with
extends-
each other.
Look, if it were as simple as people
Can I
controlling
ask
each
a
other
question? We've
freely,
been talking about markets
then I
for
would
so
agree
long.
with
That's
you.
a question I don't think he
but
can
I don't
he can
personally
answer.
agree with it.
Wait,
Hold
wait,
on.
one at a time, guys.
Go for it.
KingSithis, I'm wondering, because your theory
Is
of
this a pivot?
anarcho-capitalism.
Are we pivoting to something else? Or?
Yeah, no. We're going away from exactly the market conversation. Because his theory of anarcho-capitalism, it's obviously like it has all the economic background to go with it, but ultimately it relies on like so-called property rights and these claims about the state and freedom, property, etc. I'm just curious on your atheist worldview how you cross Hume's guillotine.
Fuck, man. This is like gonna be a deep ass discussion, bro. Basically, we believe in what we call argumentation ethics, essentially.
Oh yeah, dude. Wait, I talked about this with you before you even get into argumentation ethics. I talked about this with you in the VC and AnCap Doggo server before.
Mm-hmm.
And if you take argumentation ethics, that would mean that you ought always be arguing every second of the day.
Wait, how does that follow?
I'm not sure how that follows.
Okay. Because argumentation ethics says that because it would be a contradiction, they say it would be a contradiction to argue in favor of aggression. Well, it would also be a contradiction to Therefore, you ought never aggress, no matter what the circumstance is.
Mm-hmm.
It would also be a contradiction to argue against argument that you should not argue. Therefore, you ought always be arguing.
I don't really know how to respond to that. I'll be honest with you, dude.
Wait, just because you can't.
Like I'm like.
Even
You can't argue that you shouldn't argue.
Yeah, because even Liquid Zulu conceded, like I talked to him without this, and he said like that earlier he had realized with argumentation ethics alone, I can't actually get the nap as a universe.
I mean, I agree with that. I don't really.
I don't really know how to respond to that. I'll be honest with you. Like I can't really give you a good answer to that. Like I agree with argumentation ethics. Yeah. You know, it makes sense to me on paper, but there are like super deep criticisms that people have against it that I don't really have the best answer for. So yeah, that's all I can say. You win on this one.
Okay, I mean, I would say, okay, yeah, sure. I guess if you're just doing econ.
Yeah, I mostly just like honestly, I mostly just talk about econ. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I agree. Like, you know, I agree the non-aggression principle is true, but like, I'm not like that well versed in like metaphysics and.
Oh well, you should try out philosophy, bro. It's a fun.
And
time.
philosophy and stuff like that. Like,
well, get into it, bro. It's a fun time.
No, I do, but I have to do my
and
research first before.
I know.
You know,
I know.
I'm saying?
I've read econ, and I've read Phil. Phil is a more fun read, bro. I promise you. And
yeah. No, I get you.
At least as much out of it, so you know.
Wait, what am I supposed to do here? Use the much Hold on, sorry. Give me 1 sec.
For sure.
Stop looking at me.
No.
I'm reading something in a video game. Oh, he left.
Yes, he just was going to bring it up.
The edge of the needles where the aligned outpost is located. Use the robot to collect a sample of nuance of water and repairs it. Oh, okay, so.
I don't know why he brings up like the Hume's guillotine thing when it's like he also said like, oh, as an atheist, like I don't really think that like being or not being an atheist really helps you out in terms of like how you get to normative claims. Although most people seem to think that for some reason.
Oh, I was supposed to press that button. Okay. I'm done with that.
Oh, where did everyone go, bro?
Honestly, I don't really have much of an answer for that question. I don't really know how to answer that. I was just being honest. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think argumentation ethics makes sense to me personally. You know,
I mean, maybe like a response to that would be like, in order to maybe something like in order to justify any claim, you have to argue, and in order to argue, you have to presuppose the NAP. Therefore, if you deny the NAP while arguing, you're undermining your basis for justification or something like that. I mean, I don't think I'd run that argument, but like, that's at least
think that
that's at least something that sounds like what someone might.
I just don't
argue.
understand I'll be honest. I don't really fully understand the question. Like, you know, it must
He's
always
asking
argue.
like, wait, what question?
The question he
what
was
question
asking, like the one that he was about must always be talking. That must means you must always, or you must. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't really know about that either. I think maybe because it's like, wait, you can't argue. He mentioned like, I think this has to do with it. You can't argue that you shouldn't argue because, of course, in arguing that, you're presupposing that like you ought to argue or something, right? Because you're preferring to do that. But then, I don't know how that gets you to like, somehow in argumentation ethics you must. Oh, it's like always the case that you should be arguing. Because like if I choose to stay silent, right, or I say something but I don't argue anything, or I stay silent, like I'm not like engaged in any sort of performative contradiction. Right? I'm not saying that I shouldn't or should do something, but then in the act, like presupposing the contrary. Like what's the contradiction if you don't argue at any point? If there is, and it's like supposed to be like, oh well, then you have to always be arguing. Like,
I got God's gift to concede that he was lying,
oh,
and he apologized.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why like when like, forgive me earlier, I was just like, oh, can you take this for me? Because I was kind of in the middle of talking to him. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's why I kind of like ceded the conversation to you a little bit there.
No, this is just a strategic concession.
Yeah.
I don't believe it's sincere. I don't care.
No, he said that he saw. Well, I mean, I don't know if it's 100% sincere, but this is what he said. He said that he's sorry, and that he was being a bit rude to me in the past, and that
Yeah, I read it.
know.
It's just like his arrogance, like, just like he has this like, what would you call it, aura about him of like arrogance and like haughtiness. I mean, like it seems like he acts like he's better than people. Like it's like these weird, like half joke, half sarcastic, half condescending, like things he'll say.
No,
he
said I was being in bad faith because when we got into a call, I was just like, oh, whatever. If you want to say you're superior to me, then go whatever. And they were like, oh, that's bad faith. Oh, hey, what's up, Salem?
What's that bad faith?
Hello.
What do you want to talk about? AnCaps stuff?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm curious because I was once an anarchist, and one question that I thought of kind of broke me as an anarchist.
Mm-hmm.
And it is, if there is no, well, first I guess I want to first establish whether whoever I'm arguing with, like, what anarchism means for them.
Well, anarchism would be the traditional definition would be without hierarchies, or without rulers. But I mean when I use it, I specifically mean like without rulers or without unjust hierarchies.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. 'Cause that is, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's like the Noam Chomsky definition, and that's kind of what I operate it under.
Wait, isn't he a leftist?
Yeah.
We're not leftists. I mean, maybe like
Okay,
I think of anarchy at least
chill,
as like
wait, wait, wait.
the absence of like states, which are like monopolies.
Yeah, leftists are also like anarchism would be considered like probably like the touching point between the horseshoes.
Yeah,
but,
we're right-wing anarchists.
Yeah, no, I'm curious. First of all, what that means, but I'm curious how unjust hierarchies would not come out of capitalism.
Well, capitalism is just a free exchange of goods and services between private property owners. There's no coercion there.
Do you not believe that resources and assets are arbitrarily or maybe contingently allocated? That is to say that
They can be, yeah. But
Yeah,
that's
it seems
fine
to
so
me
long as
that
you're the property
power-
owner.
I'm curious why that's fine.
Because fundamentally, property is the ownership is the right to control a scarce resource, and we believe in self-ownership as well as external resource ownership, which means that if you are coming to own something through just means, which would mean, you know, voluntary transaction or some sort of homesteading of unused or unowned material, for someone to force you to give up that material to another person for any reason would be an unjust violation of your property rights. And I believe that people should be allowed to be as arbitrary with their property as they want. So if I say I don't want to give you my property for this arbitrary reason, I should be allowed to. It's the same thing with your body. I think that because your body is a scarce resource, and I believe you have the right to exclude other people from that scarce resource, that would make your body your property.
I understand. I hope we can keep our speaking terms relatively brief, just so I can respond to each point.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I guess the point of whatever I'm trying to say, my point of contention comes from the fact that resources are somewhat arbitrarily distributed, and whether or not, like, I'm thinking more globally, but it also works somewhat individually, or like at a more micro scale, where, first of all, I'm curious, are we talking about theoretically, or are we talking tomorrow? Because of course that's gonna change things.
I'm speaking in general.
Are we talking as though you're an advocate in our current material conditions, that this is a future that we ought to have? Or
I am not a current advocate of the current conditions. No.
I meant, like, so do you advocate that, like, this is a future we should be pushing to, given the material conditions of today?
Yeah, absolutely. I support anarcho-capitalism 100%.
And does that mean that, like, the people who have already, through means of government and whatnot, who have established monopolies, that they should just maintain their monopolies?
Absolutely not. Those monopolies are maintained through coercion and force, so therefore they are not the just owners of the property in which they are in possession of.
And so how do you imagine the future will turn out? Like, how do we get to this anarcho-capitalist future?
Reducing the state as much as we can to the point where, and replacing those functions of the state with privatized businesses that voluntarily provide the services in exchange for, you know, other goods and services.
So, like, those monopolies that currently exist would just get power without regulation.
Wait.
Regulation is what creates monopolies.
Do you believe that today, if we removed any strength of the government, that current monopolies, like, let's just be, like, practical, like, let's say Amazon, do you think that Amazon would
there would be more
suddenly
competition, yeah.
deconstruct? Do you seriously think that?
Well,
Despite
of course,
that
because
advantage?
the reason why there's less competition is because the state grants monopolies to these private businesses in the sense that they allow, they force businesses into what we they support minimum wage hikes, which basically make it so that smaller businesses that aren't able to afford to pay that wage that they sell, that they pay, aren't able to compete with them. There's also regulations that basically make it so that you know, that that make it much more harder for smaller businesses to start up their company as opposed to Amazon. Amazon, of course, they support regulation. They are the biggest advocate for stuff like minimum wage laws and regulation, is because they are able to afford the up costs that are associated with that regulation, whereas a lot of their competitors are not, thus basically cutting them out of the market using the state. That's why when we believe in less regulation.
I'm curious, like, if we go to something that's a little bit easier to talk about, like, let's say, the monopoly of, let's just use Coca-Cola as an example, as a manufacturer. When they have the footing that they have right now, when they're able to...
Wait, how
in what sense are you using monopoly?
Hold on. How are they a monopoly?
I don't know, like, what you mean by monopoly, because, like,
because I could go buy Pepsi if I wanted to, right? Like, I don't have to buy Coca-Cola.
Maybe I'm misusing the word. I suppose what I mean to say is that when a larger business gets the footing that it has and it's able to manufacture goods and provide services with lower production costs, I'm curious how a smaller business can possibly challenge that.
Well, there's what we call diseconomies of scale, which is when a company grows so large that they end up becoming more inefficient as they grow larger. But a lot of businesses are able to overcome this diseconomies of scale by regulating their competitors out of the market, thus making it so that they're the only ones who are able to be bought from, thus overcoming that diseconomy of scale. That's why you see, like, with like places like Walmart, Amazon, things like that, these large corporations that take advantage of patent laws and regulations, minimum wage laws, working benefits and things like that, that other smaller businesses aren't able to afford. Not only that, but we have comparative advantage, that the economic concept of comparative advantage, which is essentially that even though there may be a company that's much larger than the other company, it still benefits to trade with them because they might provide a service that they're not able to at a smaller scale than the private business at a larger scale can. So yeah, those are those two concepts. But again, the reason why those concepts are able to go into fruition is because of, the state putting in regulations.
Okay. Okay. I'm curious. I imagine a future where corporations unregulated become powerful enough to essentially become pseudo-states.
Well, the thing is, when you have more or less regulation, it's actually harder for a company to become large because they have no choice but to compete. Well, the reason why we have these large companies that are able to become large is because they have a lack of competition spurred on from the regulation. If we didn't have those regulations, there would be more competition, and you would see less large businesses like you would see today. Disney wouldn't even exist if they didn't. Disney would not even exist at all if they didn't have patent laws or a copyright.
Okay, and do you imagine that it is feasible that sometime in the future, with these regulations removed, that somehow these smaller companies could catch up?
100%. Like, if you look at like economic freedom zones, within all across the world, just look up all of these economic freedom zones. They have much more less regulations, much lower taxes, like ridiculously low taxes, some as low as like 0.0 this percent. And a lot of those countries end up, those sections of the economic freedom zones end up generating tons and tons of wealth. So much wealth that it ends up pissing off a lot of the local states, because a lot of people see that these allowing people to be free and not regulating everything that they do ends up generating more wealth, and then they can't allow that to overshadow them, so they end up shutting them down. Kind of like, for instance, with China and Hong Kong. Hong Kong was an economic freedom zone. They had much less regulations, much less controls over the economy. Not saying they didn't have any, just much less in comparison to, say, China. And Hong Kong, just that small country, ended up becoming a higher GDP than most of China, if not the whole country, if I'm not mistaken. I think there's a reason why that is. The reason why that is when you allow people to be free, you allow people to trade, they build wealth. And yeah.
I'm willing to give all this. I consider you to probably know more than me, but I do have more questions.
Yeah.
I am also curious.
Although I do want to say your microphone's a little low. It's just me. I don't know.
Oh, hold on. Just a I don't think I can raise that. Maybe I'll just speak up.
Yeah, I
Um,
could hear you, but it's just a little low, but that's fine.
Okay, I was curious how a how this future might contend with certain regulations that might be necessary. For example, things like environmental preservation, things like the FDA. How do we make sure that um, those things go through? Like, we're not getting products with, um, you know, we're getting
Bad, like
products with
bad stuff in
transparency.
it to harm people. I get what you're saying.
Mhm.
So yeah, no, that's a good question. But the thing is, like, what I always challenge is the state isn't the one that really prevents a lot of this stuff. If you look at a lot of the private companies, the main big private companies such as Walmart, McDonald's, Burger King, the main chains, a lot of them actually go above what the regulation requires them to a high degree. And the reason why that is because it isn't, even though if that state, even if they took away the regulation, the McDonald's would still try their best to give the most cleanest burger that they're able to do at a lowest price that they can. The reason why that is because if they, people start finding like a worm or some fucked up shit in their burgers, a lot of people are going to spread the message. And because of that, people aren't going to want to buy from Walmart or McDonald's and things like that. You could also deal with that with private accrediting agencies, whereas opposed to having the state accredit businesses, we could have private accrediting agencies that say, hey, I'll let you have your mark on your business to, like, there's certain kosher businesses that do this. They have accrediting agency where, like, hey, like, if you don't follow these certain rules, then we're not going to put our stamp of approval on your business. Also, pawn shops kind of do this with accrediting certain valuable items. Like, they'll ask you to, hey, get this company to look at this item to make sure that it is actually good. And if they give you the go ahead, that I will buy it from you. And a lot of people, despite the fact that it might cost more money in order to get this accrediting, they'll be incentivized to do so because the amount of customers that they'll get from that accreditation will make up for that small loss. You know what I mean? And you can kind of like do that with like food and drugs and things like that.
I suppose it makes me a little dubious because I know that the central organizing factor of capitalism is profit, and if profit can be made in ways that circumvent the consumer, like it's not like some conspiracy to think that would happen. It sounds like the rule, and so
Yeah.
I don't know how much I can trust that private deals aren't being made behind doors that I don't have anyone that I can really.
But there's always a risk of that, right? Like let's say like there's a guy, like an accrediting agency, like you said, is doing a closed deal behind closed doors. But here's the difference: in a private market, there's competition. There isn't one accrediting agency. There's many accrediting agencies in which they compete with each other to make sure that if, let's say, one is doing something behind closed doors, other companies are actually incentivized to tell on them, because if they do, they will have another competitor out of the market, and they will be the one in the market because they're the one being honest, and that business that wasn't being honest, that got exposed, they basically kind of got failed. So the free market kind of would incentivize businesses to do that, because let's say like McDonald's was like putting some weird shit in their burgers and Burger King found out about it. Like, they have all the incentive to be like, yo, this is what McDonald's is doing, because buy our burgers instead. You know what I mean? But with the current situation, you, under the licensing board of the state, if that shit's corrupt, you can't go to another crediting, like, you can't like you can't go to a different licensing agency, right? You have to go to that licensing agency. Like, that's it. Like, you know what I mean? So the risk is actually greater when you don't have a free marketing competition.
I suppose just at an individual level, it's going to be near impossible for me to trust anyone if I know that the primary motivating factor is profit. Like, the Burger King might be incentivized by profit to cut down their competitors, truthful or not. And so, like, how do I know who to
Well, if they
trust?
lie, that hurts their reputation. Because if they lie and say, oh well, their burgers are this, and then it comes out, well actually we have perfectly good burgers, that's going to make them look bad. And you know, people can lie, but that's just you know, that will end up hurting them in the long run more if they lie. That's, you know.
Well,
And also
I get what
the
you,
thing
I
about
get what you
profit,
mean, but-
like we do everything for profit. Like everything that we do is for profit. And I don't mean, when I say profit, I don't mean like a financial profit in the normal sense, right, of the word. What I mean is, in the Austrian economic sense, we have what we call a psychic profit, right? Where it's essentially that you feel better off doing a certain action than you would have otherwise done. If not, you wouldn't do it, right? It could, like, for instance, like if I hit my vape, I feel like I would have been better off hitting my vape than not doing it, so that's why I do it, right? Actions sort of reveal people's wants and needs, essentially, a little bit. You know what I mean? And another way of putting it, your actions speak louder than your words, essentially.
I will probably take, like, as somebody who's like becoming like a counselor, and just like, I probably won't agree with that. I do believe profit is a distinct concept that I don't want to overextend, but
yeah, that's why
like,
I distinguished between like psychic profit and a financial profit. You know, the psychic profit applies to all transactions in any market, whereas a financial profit would just be like, oh, I'm making more money than I would otherwise, like than I'm spending, right? So like in terms of like a psychological profit, like, you know, let's say like you're a counselor, and to you it may not be about the money. It may be about the self-gratification that you get from helping people, and that self-gratification is what we call a psychic income. You feel better helping people out or talking to people as a counselor than not doing it. So even though it may cost or maybe less money, right, you still do it because you have what we call a psychic profit. You know, you prefer doing that. It makes you better on the inside, or feel better.
Oh well, the reason I brought that up is mostly just because, like, having a more I suppose layered understanding of human motivation and desire. And for example, like, if a corporation is ultimately driven by profit, there are ways in which it is willing to undermine and disregard their consumer, and this is generally the rule, not the exception. And I just will never trust a corporation to have my interest in mind.
Well, you do all the time on sites. Not, you know, when you go to the store, and you buy food, you're putting the trust in the hands of that company that they are not putting salmonella in your food. You're trusting that company to
I'm trusting the FDA.
Maybe, but what if they have? I mean, do you think that? So, are you assuming that if there was no FDA, every single company would just put shit in their food and just allow their customers to die? Seems counterintuitive.
Well, the way I see it is that they are willing to give, the whole system kind of functions under this concept of giving you what you want, and what you want is what you're kind of consciously aware of. So if I'm given food that might make me, like, slightly infertile, or maybe it might give me dementia down the line, like, that's not really their problem. Like, for example, there's good research coming out right now that the primary sweetener in zero sugar sodas leads to dementia. If there wasn't funded public research to figure this out, we might have an entire generation of people getting dementia early in life, and, like, we as consumers wouldn't know that.
Oh, well, you could privately fund research that contributes to whether or not a certain medication is bad for you. So, for instance, there are a certain drug or this or that is bad for you. So, for instance, a lot of people who've done research in colleges who get private grants, they've exposed a lot of, you know, things that certain private companies do without, you know, any public dollar. And the reason why they do that is because when they do expose private companies for doing really fucked up things, that is basically a good thing for their record, because it, then more people are going to want to hire them for more studies and things like that. So I think there is a way to financially incentivize people to expose bad behavior in the private market. We just have to sort of create that incentive structure by reducing.
Well, I mean, something like public universities are primarily funded through government organizations.
Yeah, but I don't believe in public universities.
Why not?
In the sense
What
that
do you
I
mean not
disagree
believe?
with them and I don't support them.
Oh, well, as in like. Okay. Why?
Well, because taxation is theft.
I'm curious how that might also apply to, for example, people born with disabilities and stuff like that.
Well, what about them?
How do we support them?
There's charities, mutual aid, lodge societies did a lot of gave a lot of people really low who are lower income and disabled ways to
We
be
should just
taken care of.
Feels like not a very reliable large-scale solution for a large-scale issue.
Well, as of right now, when you have the state forcing everybody to already pay for other welfare programs, people are going to be disincentivized to pay twice for another charity program. But I think if people weren't forced to pay for these welfare programs that don't even really help people and actually do more harm than help, I think they would be less reluctant to give money to charities that help people, especially if they financially benefit in the case of a mutual aid society. I mean, mutual aid societies, people who pay and financially benefit from, not financially benefit, but benefit from the services that are being given to the people who are also under, who are not doing so well. Because if they're they're put in a situation where they're not doing so well, the mutual aid society will protect them too, or help them out too. So it's like you pay, it's kind of like an insurance for like poor people, or kind of like unemployment insurance before it was forced. I mean, people had what we call unemployment insurance, where like if they lost their job or something, they would get paid, like could pay a portion of money in their job while they're working, and then if they lose their job, they'll get some money until they find a new job. That was a normal thing before the state kind of took it over.
I guess if there's one thing I believe that a conversation about how we structure economies and societies relates to, for me it's kind of a Rawlsian fairness concept. So, for example, I have friends who were born from parents who were quite rich, and they did not have a lot of struggle and hardship, and basically on account of luck, their life is filled with whatever greater accommodations, and that's an understatement. And I was born to parents who are drug addicts and in general poverty, and having government services that, for example, help me with school, help me with my medical issues from like growing up neglected, help me with housing until I'm 25. These things make it so that I can have a life that is a little bit more fair and not like just like kind of fucked because I was born in the wrong place.
The point is that like you can like the kind of benefits you're talking about that you received like from the government. I think the point is that like we're saying that, at least KingSithis is saying that you can have these sorts of benefits and more, right? Better benefits in a free market. You don't need the government to provide.
Like you don't, not that you shouldn't get those benefits, but that there are better ways of providing these benefits without the state. Because like if they're the issue with the state is that they force people to pay. It isn't that they're helping people. That's not the issue. The issue is that they're forcing people to help people, and that's why we're against it. That's why we prefer these programs as opposed to, say, welfare.
Okay, and I mean, when you say people are forced with that, I feel like taxes are
Like under the threat of violence or imprisonment or both.
So like I find that taxes are pretty much the entry fee of like, hey, you're born into a society and there are roads and you get free healthcare and you get all these benefits and you get to make your labor make a lot more worth than somebody born in, I don't know, like freaking Malaysia or something like that. And as a function of all these benefits, all the people that have spent money, work, and effort, you pay taxes to keep this system going.
So basically what you're saying is that because you benefit from the system, you should be forced to pay, because otherwise you wouldn't have all these benefits that was granted to you by this taxation. But the problem with
it's kind of like if you want to walk into this hotel, you pay or you get the fuck out.
Yeah, but the problem is that money the money that they used to provide the service didn't belong to them in the first place. So for instance,
Who's them?
Let's say I see your car, I see Salem, oh my god, your car is really dirty, and I snatch your car and I take it to the car wash and I wash it for you. And then I take it back to you. And I say you owe me $15. Do you owe me $15?
This is an interesting thought experiment, given that like these public services were voted for.
Wait, but you are benefiting from the service, right?
I mean, I can play into your narrow situation and then explain to you, but I would say, if I benefit, I'd say I benefit, yeah.
Yeah, but so you would owe, from your perspective, you would owe that guy $15. Because you benefited from a service that he provided for you.
In some technical sense, despite it, like I understand what you're getting at. In some technical sense, in my mind, I do think that yeah, I do kind of owe him the money, even though I didn't ask for it.
No,
Okay, well, you
come
put the bull-
on, come
that-
on,
hold on,
you don't
okay,
believe
wait,
that.
Like,
Hold on.
I'm not committing
hold on.
to anything yet.
Okay,
Hold on.
I was about to say, come on.
Wait.
Go ahead.
If you say that, right? Maybe we might need to get to the deeper point of like, when exactly, how do you put it? When exactly is a transaction like valid, right? Because when we're talking about taxes, right, and we're saying this is wrong, right? We're saying that these aren't legitimate transactions. Like the government is taking from people by force, right? People are coerced under the threat of violence / imprisonment if they don't pay their taxes, and we're saying that doesn't establish consent, right? People don't actually agree to this, right? They're kind of just forced into it in virtue of where they're born, right? Then we're saying that thereby illegitimizes this transaction, or rather it's a non-transaction. The government's not actually, people in government aren't actually coming in legitimate possession of these resources they're taking.
I suppose the point I am feeling is just that so long as you're in the government's land and you're using the government's roads, you are, in my I don't know, intuition, consenting to taxation. Because if you didn't want to be taxed, you would leave and go to the forest somewhere.
We would reject that.
Yeah, we would reject the idea that the government is the owner of the roads, because to be an owner of something, from our perspective, you would have to get it through voluntary transaction or original appropriation, neither of which the state has gotten its possessions from. And in that way, like they didn't buy it.
How would you consider like the voting? So like people voted for these programs to be put into place.
Okay, so let's say you're on an island and 10 people vote to have sex with a single woman, but the single woman refuses to have sex. Would that be a just rape?
Is the road the woman? Who's the woman in this situation?
Well, the woman would be essentially the taxpayer, and the rape would be the stealing of the property or the using of a property without your consent.
The taxpayers voted for the roads.
Yeah, but sometimes people vote to take other people's stuff when they're not affected by it, correct?
Sometimes people vote to take other people's stuff when they're not affected by it.
Mm-hmm. So, for instance, people vote for welfare, right? There are people who don't pay taxes at all, and they vote for welfare.
People who don't pay... Oh, I don't think you should be allowed to vote if you don't pay for if you don't get taxes.
Okay. Okay, but either way, okay, but like that doesn't change the argument that I'm trying to make. What I'm saying is that like fundamentally you're saying that it's okay to commit this injustice, this money taking of property from another person because people voted for it. Whereas I'm trying to use the example of the rape as being like, I mean, maybe it's a graphic example. Maybe I could just say like, taking a budget, like let's say I have some coconuts and I'm gonna starve without them, but everybody else wants my coconuts, like, and 10 people decide to vote for it. Would they have the right to take it away from me and allow me to starve to death because it's, you know, it's better for the greater good? Or should I just be allowed to keep my property despite what they say?
If you're taking up space in their house, let's say, you have like the choice of like leaving the house, or you play by the rules.
No, this is a.
Were they in a house?
I don't think that matches what I was asking you.
The island.
Yeah, we're talking about an island.
Yeah, if you're like, if you go to like, I don't know, let's say these people are like needing to, they live on this island, they survive off this island, and you kind of just like walk in and start taking all the shit, and they know.
No, I don't think that's
No, that's respectfully, you're kind of changing the hypothetical. Like, we're just saying, like, let's say hypothetically that I have a bunch of coconuts, I got them somehow, I caught them from a tree, and some other people want my coconuts. They don't want to work to get their own coconuts, they just want to take it from me. So they
imagine
vote.
like you all spawned in on the island at the same time.
Yeah, like just for hypothetical purposes, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So like,
Yeah.
I do want to clarify so that like, first of all, I'll just say like, whatever answer you like is the one you expect, I'm just gonna say yes to that one. But also like, hypotheticals are not premises or arguments.
No, but they demonstrate how far you're willing to take your own beliefs. Or whether you actually consistently hold that value, correct? Mm-hmm. So like if I said it's okay to punch a person who wears red, and then I go up to you, well, let's say hypothetically your grandma walked in wearing red, would you punch her in the face? And I said, well, that doesn't really prove anything. Well, I was like, what it proves is that you don't actually fully like hold that standard consistently. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm trying to prove.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hold my standard in the context where it's relevant. It's like, if you're like, is it okay to punch Hitler if he's wearing red? And I go, yes. And then you're like, what if your grandma is wearing red? I'd be like, what? That doesn't quite track.
I don't think you're understanding what I meant.
What context like makes the island hypothetical different from like what we might call like real world situations where we have like people voting and then taxation occurs as a result? Like what's different about what contextual difference is there when it comes to the island where you might reject, like if you're rejecting the conclusion that like it's okay to take by voting in the island hypothetical?
The core variable for the real life situation is that as citizens of a nation, we benefit from taxpayer dollars, we benefit from government services.
Oh, then we'll go back to the other hypothetical then, to the car stealing hypothetical. So then,
he seems to like concede there, like, or he seemed to say like, well, maybe.
What is the road in the car stealing hypothetical, and why do we need a hypothetical to like? Can we just like?
Well, because I told you why we're giving you a hypothetical. The reason why is to demonstrate whether or not you hold this standard for the state consistent in other situations, which clearly you do not. Which is why you're kind of.
I'm curious. So like, just so you know, like this is not some sort of flex. Like I ran a philosophy club for 3 years. Like I know the point of a hypothetical is to.
Then why would you ask me such a question?
Because I think you're using them inappropriately.
Okay,
does it not match on to what we're talking about? Like I don't see the issue. Is it not analogous?
I kind of don't see the vision, unfortunately.
You don't understand that he's just testing the principle like you seem to be holding to?
I'm curious I'm curious what the essential premise that you're trying to get is. Because
okay, so the essential premise is, here's the premise, right? The reason why I'm bringing up these hypotheticals is because us anarcho-capitalists don't hold any person to be in a higher regard than any other person. Me and you are equal human beings in the sense that we deserve the same respect in terms of like the non-aggression principle. Like the non-aggression principle applies to every single individual person, right? And that's a consistent standard that we have. So if you're going to say it's okay for a person to violate the non-aggression principle for this reason, well, what we're going to do is we're going to look at other situations and we're gonna see if you hold that standard consistently across the board. If not, then you're holding what we call an inconsistent value, an inconsistent standard. You're holding a standard differently for the state than you do for a random person. But again, that doesn't make much sense because the state is made up of people. So, like, why are they allowed to violate rights, and why are they allowed to violate rights, but I'm not allowed to do it? Why are they allowed to steal, but I'm not? You know what I mean?
These are some long speaking terms, but
sorry, but it's kind of the point.
I consider public property to be analogous to private property. If somebody walks into my house and starts using my TV and my coffee, or like my coffee maker or something like that, I'm gonna say get out, or it's gonna lead to violence, or you pay me. If somebody is using public property, if they're using roads and infrastructure made by public services and public money, if you're not gonna pay for it, then get out.
Well, how do you determine whether or not somebody's the owner of something?
How do you determine if somebody is the owner of something?
Because it seems like you have a different criteria than us. Because our criteria for whether or not somebody is the owner of something is they either have to get it through consensual transaction or voluntary consensual transaction, or a homesteading, which would be being the first to make use of some sort of unowned resource, like like a stick from a tree in a random island, right? So you're not going by that standard. So, like, how do you determine when it's okay? Like, when a person is able to own something?
I think I get your principle. Is the principle that, like, the roads, part of the money of the roads were people who didn't vote for the roads, and therefore the roads are, like, stolen?
So essentially, the people whom the money was stolen from, all those people didn't consent. Even if a majority of the people voted for it, that still doesn't change the fact that there's still a minority of people who still don't want their money taken.
I think you're consenting so long as you stay there. Like, if you are paying, even if you didn't personally vote for the road, so long as you're staying there and I think so long as you're staying there, you're consenting to the system itself and saying that this is like a necessary evil for the system that I want to live in.
Okay.
All right, so let's say you're an owner of a house.
Hold on, wait.
Sorry.
He doesn't understand the kind of reductiors that'll lead to, right? Like, we could go some very undesirable places with that standard, like, which you would not accept. We don't even have to get into the details. Like, if the standard is, if you stay there, you're consenting. Do you understand what that's going to lead to? Right? What kind of things that would permit?
Yeah, so for instance, let's say you're down an alleyway and a guy comes up to you.
Like, we don't even need to say it.
Yeah, like, let's say a guy comes down to you. Yeah, I know, but I just want to, just for clarity's sake. Let's say walking down the street, you're walking down the street and a guy comes up to you with a knife and he says, I'm going to rape you if you come here tomorrow at 3 o'clock. And you decide to go there tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Would you say he's just in raping you because you decided to stay there? Despite the fact that he told you,
you just consented.
But what if I say I don't consent? I don't want you to rape me.
Then why did you choose the series of actions that would 100% ensure that it will happen?
Wait a minute. Okay, so basically you're making the argument that if a woman walks down the street and she gets raped and she's in a high crime neighborhood and she knows she's going to be raped, then she basically consented to it because she knew what she was getting into.
Is that the hype? It's funny how we went from like the 100% certainty to just a quick jump over to.
No, I'm just seeing whether or not you hold the standard consistently or not. That's all.
I hold it certainly when consent is like in the situation that you first presented. There's a 100% probability I'm being told like, if I do this, then this will happen, and.
Then I'll just change the hypothetical for the woman being raped. That, like, let's say there's a really, really rough neighborhood, and there's just 100% chance that she's going to be raped or just walking down this one neighborhood. Would you say that she's consenting to the rape if she chooses to walk down that neighborhood?
In the same capacity that me walking in front of a live-firing machine gun is me consenting to dying, then yes.
Well, the difference is... Here's what would make the difference, right? Am I allowed to shoot my gun in that direction? And are you choosing to walk in front of it while I am allowed to do so? So here's the difference, right? So if I am allowed to shoot let's say I'm shooting guns on my own property, I'm allowed to do that, right? And somebody just decides to jump in front of it, well then yeah, that's obviously their fault. But if I'm not allowed to fucking shoot you, and I'm out on my own property, and you decide to show up somewhere and I just shoot you, well then yeah, like I'm at fault.
Where's the premise or what's the
No, okay,
premise?
so what I'm saying is that when you're saying that because you choose to stay in the country, even though the state is not the owner of the land, you consent to what they do to you because you choose to stay. Well, I'm saying it doesn't matter if I choose to stay. They don't have the right to do what they want to me. They're not the owner of the land.
Matter.
It does matter.
Okay.
Matters a lot.
Okay, wait, okay. It doesn't... No, sorry, I was just repeating what you were saying. It doesn't matter... Can you repeat it again?
It doesn't matter if I choose to stay. It's not consent to what's being done to me. Even if I choose to stay. If I choose to stay, the only way, like, it would be okay for them to do something to me is if I'm on their property. But again, we've already established that the state is not the owner of the land, unless you believe they are.
I think they are. I think so long as it's like public infrastructure and like public property. I think nations do overextend what they call theirs. Like if it's like, I don't know, like if you look at like the landmass of Canada, like I think that's absurd how much Canada claims to be theirs. Like I feel like.
So how do you determine whether or not someone's the owner of something?
I consider like in the context that we're talking about, and it'll probably extend, is just that when I think about what is public property, I think about areas in which money is invested, and in the same capacity, like, I mean, you can help me tighten it up if you want the definition, but when I'm thinking about something like using public infrastructure, if you're using public institutions and services and
how was it funded?
Taxes.
But taxation is unconsensual. No, I'm not like, if I say I don't want to pay the taxes, I'm going to be forced, right?
If you say you don't want to pay the taxes, I think you should leave.
Yeah, but what gives them the right to kick me out? They're not the owner of the land, right?
I think that
and if so, what makes them the owner?
I could reach a compromise in saying that, like, if it's an area that's like completely underdeveloped by the government, like if you're like really north in Canada, and like,
let's say it is developed, what makes them the owner of it?
Because so long as you're in that area and you're, unless you're like somehow.
I know that me being in the area, I know that you believe that they are the owner, but I'm asking you what makes them the owner. What did they do to become the owner of that land?
When you say them, do you mean like a group of individuals?
The state, the people in the state.
I'm not sure that I think.
You're talking about like everyone, like I don't.
Individuals.
I'm talking about the people in the state.
Who are you saying owns the land? Like the state's like, is it just the public in general?
Ideally, the state or the government. I mean, we live in like a shit trash democracy, but in the type of government I'm imagining, the government is essentially the extended hands of the people.
Okay, like so. It's
but
like
that doesn't really answer my
owned.
question. What makes them the owner of the land? What did they do that makes them the owner? Like, why are they the owner?
What is the land?
Are you serious?
Land, like the land of a country
the thing
like
that's
America.
Below us?
I think I'm being like quite specific. Like if it's your private property, I don't think that the government should be able to do anything so long.
Okay,
as
like a public land, for example, like a public park, right? What makes the state the owner of that? Like, why? How are they the owner?
Invest resources to upkeep it. I think that
they invested
that is
their resources. Whose resources they invest?
People.
And did they ask their permission?
Yes, if you're not leaving the land and if you're
no. Wait. Stop saying if you're not leaving the land, because we're not talking about that. We're talking about how did they get the land to begin with, right? What makes them the owner of the land to begin with, right? So, what makes them the owner of the land?
Colonialism? I don't know.
Colonialism? So you think colonizing makes you the owner of land?
No, like I don't know how far back we're going. Like when I'm talking about like
No, I'm
I
asking
consider-
your specific criteria. Everyone has this criteria.
You're gonna get a real good answer if you keep interrupting.
I'm not
but-
trying to I'm not trying to be rude, but listen. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
clarify if you because you don't seem to understand what I'm asking you.
Mhm.
My question here,
You're
specific.
asking a question, but you're looking for a specific answer. You're not happy with the answer I'm giving you.
Because you're not your answer proves you're not understanding my question. My specific question is, what makes the state the owner of that land? What did they do to make themselves that owner? Like, what did they do
Invest.
that justifies
money
their
in labor?
They don't have any money. And, like, this is before they got the taxes.
Oh.
Like, what makes this?
Wait, so
what
do you
makes
mean-
the state the owner of the land? The fact that they stole
So,
money from somebody.
To be clear, like if land has not been like developed by any sort of state program, I don't think the state owns it.
Okay, so
No,
if
but, like-
I steal money from my brother and then I use that money to buy land, does that make it my land now?
Why was it? If you're, where did the stealing premise come from?
Taxation is theft. I don't have a choice but to pay taxes. They will force me to pay.
You do. You can leave.
But even if I'm on my own private property, they'll still force me to pay.
Are you using roads?
No, let's say I'm not.
I think
Even
that'd
if
be
I
bad.
don't use roads, I'll still be forced to pay for them.
I think that's a bad thing.
Okay. So
Wait.
if I don't, yeah, I guess I know that you think that's a bad thing, but that is the current state, right? You support the state, right?
I don't support just pure status quo. I support a state.
Mhm.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is that you should only pay for the things that you voluntarily choose to use.
Yeah.
Okay, then you're with us.
Oh,
No.
okay. Even though I believe in the state, like do you
That's
think
not a
it's-
state.
Huh?
Okay, if I'm providing you a service and then I charge you for that service and it's voluntary,
What's your definition of the state? Because I'm using
the state is a legitimized criminal organization.
Well, I'm using like the Max Weber type of monopoly. Like even as grim as it sounds, like having the monopoly on violence.
But having a
I-
monopoly on violence
but-
would entail them forcing people out, forcing their competition out, which would be, an initiation of force, which would be, and they have to fund that using funds from people who may not consent, correct? Like, you can't be a monopoly if you don't
Is that-
force people,
is-
right?
Is that? Hey, perhaps you're true. Perhaps the monopoly word is not good. Maybe
Yeah,
I'm just
exactly.
taking that too far.
So, how we define it as being a legitimized criminal organization. They are a group of people who force people to pay into their system against their will, which is a criminal organization. But the only reason why that separates them from your average criminal or private criminal organization is that the people consider them to be legitimate. People consider them to represent them. So they look the other way.
So I'm curious, like if a, let's say, quote unquote state, or maybe not a state, says if you want to use our roads and use any of our infrastructure that we invest money into, you have to pay taxes or you have to pay us.
It would depend on whether they're the owner or not. If they are the owner, they would have every right to charge you to stay on their land. If they're not the owner, which is the issue that we have with the current state, then no, they wouldn't have a right because they didn't get it through just means.
Okay.
I mean, if I could ask
in
a
some
question,
capacity, sure.
like,
Yeah, go ahead, Cam.
when you're talking about like the state, which you kind of said ideally is like an extension of like the collective, let's say the public or something like that. Like it's investing money into like building infrastructure and whatnot, that makes them the owner. But I think of ownership, and Sithis and I, like we and like AnCaps in general think of ownership as like a normative thing. Like, so we think about it, if you're the owner of something, you have a right to preclude others in terms of they're using it, right? Using it in ways incompatible with your use. So how do you establish that because the government, the state, is investing in the public infrastructure and whatnot, that they thereby have attain some sort of right to these things?
Oh, I'm sorry. There was like a few premises in I don't know how the conclusion came out, honestly. I think I'm sorry if I.
I'm asking, how does the government attain a right to the
Honestly,
things
I
it
think
has?
that
Like,
Salem.
that's
I
my
think
question.
so far you've been understanding us pretty well, and you know, I think that so far we've been having a really good conversation. I gotta say. So, but and also, I didn't mean to interrupt you because I wasn't trying to be rude. I was just trying to like, cause I felt like you didn't understand what I was trying to say, so I was just trying to like correct.
I do like, I would. I mean, I think you've probably had these arguments long enough that you've kind of like found like default like dialogue trees, and there are like I get it, but I think like some of those just were not quite applying. Like there are like I do have answers to certain questions that might not be exactly what you anticipate, but I think for the most part we agree on those things.
I'll admit
Yeah,
I was
but
dialogue treeing a little bit. I am a dialogue treeing a little bit, but I do. If you don't understand where I'm going with it, you'll understand like it's the only logical conclusion from the like from the premises being stated. Like, yeah, like I am kind of pushing you down like a certain answer, but the thing is, the only reason why it's pushing you in that direction is because it's the logical conclusion of the premises is being made, basically.
that might be true.
Yeah, that's what I
One
was.
thing I was curious about is, like, for example, on a personal level as a taxpayer, there are services that the government funds that I don't want, but I consider that to be a necessary function of the system. Like, I don't want a system, like, I want a system in which underrepresentation, like, for example, there are certain services that aren't for everyone. And
Yeah.
if, like, I want a system where even if it's something that I don't want, personally, that I have a chance for those things if I'm the lucky one, where my vote
Like
matters
welfare
versus somebody else. Yeah, like I think that that's a necessary evil.
Well, here's the issue. Like, now you're kind of going into like what we call consequentialism. No. What's the other word?
Utilitarian.
Yeah, there you go. That's the word. Utilitarianism, right? Now my problem with like, I guess, utilitarianism is that when you use utilitarianism to justify aggression, then you kind of put yourself in a situation where and then I'm gonna do the dialogue tree again. So I'm just pre-warning you again. You know, so basically, it puts you into a situation where you have no choice but to justify really fucked up things if the utility outweighs the harm being done. So, like, for instance, I give this example. So, like, let's say, you know what a utopia is, right? I'm assuming.
Yes.
Yeah, like a utopia, like a perfect
yes.
world where everything's beautiful and all that. So, like, let's say there's like a perfect world, everything's beautiful, everything's, you know, it's a utopia, and then like, but you know, let's say like a weird hypothetical situation where like, you know, obviously this isn't real, but that it's a fantasy world where you have to do a weird satanic ritual in which you have to torture, like, continuously, like torture a person or a child or something like that. And if you stop torturing that person or child or whatever, then the utopia is going to it'll collapse and turn into a normal city with like scarcity and disease and bad things and all that. So like then the logical question from that is just like, well, would it then be okay to continuously torture that child in order for the utility of the whole, or should we walk away and let it go back to what it would normally be? So like, what would you say to that?
I don't know, like I approach utilitarianism like from like a Rawlsian perspective, where the idea is like you ideally create a system that creates the sometimes I get echoes, Peter.
Yeah, let him finish what he's saying.
Like a Rawlsian perspective where I would like to organize a society ideally where no matter where I'm positioned in that society, it's like the lowest possible harm principle against me. And if it's like one baby, oof, I'm sorry, baby. But if
Yeah,
it's
you're
like
gonna have to torture
a lot of
like
babies.
a lot of babies. Like, how many babies? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you need to
That's
like?
like a vibe-based analysis. I think that's like something it's going to do analytically.
But do you understand where I'm going with this, or like, do you get the point? Like, you know what I mean?
I get, yeah, I do a lot of ethics, and like there's like that, for example, like I think a stronger example is kind of this situation where it's like, you know, 5 people are at the hospital, they're all harmed, there's one healthy person at the hospital, do you
Yeah, like the
kill the
trolley
healthy
issue.
person to save the 5?
Like the trolley problem.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, right? Do you know what the trolley problem is?
Oh,
You know,
yes, of course.
like there's 5 people on a train, they're about to get run over. Which one do you pick?
I do a lot of philosophy. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is an interesting thing. I think, like I was actually gonna write a book on utilitarianism called Existential Utilitarianism, where I think that utilitarianism can be, like made compatible with an extra analysis of freedom, and like John Rawls, that kind of thing. It works. But what is the, what is this?
But wait.
going against
So
necessarily?
do we torture the child? Like you say, like if it's one, like you're saying, like if it's one child, yeah. But like if it's many children, like don't do it.
We already live in a society where that's kind of going on, but worse. But
Well, yeah, it's kind of analogous. That's why I used it, because it's kind of analogous. Because, you know. Oh,
well,
hey,
no,
Twav.
it's like I mean more so like we get like bananas from slaves.
Yeah, because like technically, like, you know, a lot of people say that I'm rash whenever I use that example, but people don't realize that we kind of already do something that's similar to that. Because when you pay taxes, you're kind of putting money into a system that does bomb people, blow people up, kill people, do things that are messed up outside of the country. So, you know, sometimes you have to justify those things using sort of utilitarian principles, right? Where you have to measure the utility, like, oh, is this more harming or is this less harming, like, versus the outcome.
Yeah.
You know.
So I would say that perhaps this situation does indeed fall into a utilitarian trap, but it is one of those situations where I'm like, it's the worst system except for all the other ones. Like I can.
Well, you could just
easily,
not
like,
aggress.
leverage something. I could not what?
Well, you could just the better system, I would say, is just the non-aggression principle. Just don't aggress against people.
Is you use aggression a lot and rape analogies, but for me, like if you follow like my principle of like if you're not gonna pay taxes, then like leave, or like kind of that situation. Like in my situation, I don't feel like I'm the baby being slaughtered or whatever, because like what I was saying is that I pay my taxes into a system that allows for actions against my interests, because that kind of system is the one that I think is best, because it allows for situations that benefit me to also occur if I'm like a marginal person. So like I'm consenting to this system because it's a necessary system, like it's a necessary evil for the system I desire.
Yeah, so you're kind of like using the utilitarian, but more like it's benefiting me. So, you know, like I'm gonna support it because it's sort of beneficial to me, even though it might violate other people's rights. But
I'm saying that the people whose rights,
but like, wouldn't
your
you
definition
agree?
of rights being violated? So like you're defining theft and violation of rights to be that like somebody pays taxes, they don't benefit from, like they don't vote for everything which the taxes are being paid for.
No, in the sense that
money is being
you don't
stolen.
have a choice. You don't have a choice but to pay.
Don't you have a choice to leave?
The state doesn't have a right. The only way a person would have a right to kick you off or tell you can leave is if they're the owner. But again, I don't consider the state to be the owner. They haven't gotten it through just means. So that's like me coming up to you. Sorry,
like,
another hypothetical. Let's say there's a guy comes up to you into your house. I know I have a lot of these. I'm sorry. Let's say there's a lot of guy. This guy that comes into your house. He pulls a gun onto you. He says, "You need to pay me a certain amount of money from your income each month. And if you don't like it, well, you could just fucking leave." Well, it's just like, wait a minute, bro. You don't have the right to tell me that. You don't own the land that my house stands upon.
I agree. Like like a not state.
Oh, whoa,
But
what
my
the heck?
vision,
I just disconnected and reconnected. Sorry, go ahead. Say what you said again.
Yeah. So in my vision of like the state or the not state as it may be, is that if you're on private property and you're not using public infrastructure, you shouldn't have to pay taxes.
Yeah, but the state, I would argue the state doesn't own the public infrastructure neither, because they force people to pay to fund it.
No, if you're using it, that's your consent. There's no force there.
But then we're back to the car wash example.
Are we like if I park my car in if you park your car in this area, it will get washed?
No. Like, let's say there's a car, your car is in the driveway, like, and I steal it and wash it, and you benefited from the service. Do I owe you the 15 cents?
The analogous situation would be that you're like living on your property, and then the government comes and like builds a road on your house or something like that. Like that's
no,
that's
they
not
provide. No,
happening in this
I feel
situation.
like the car example is perfectly analogous, because you're benefiting from a service that person is providing for you. You just didn't ask for it.
Well, what service is occurring without like
The car wash.
Let's say in this I understand your hypothetical. Let's say you live on like in this world that I'm constructing, which is not like it's not exactly the world as it is, but it involves a state. Let's say you live on private property and you don't use public infrastructure. You're just like living off whatever you got going on there. In what way is the government giving you?
But wait,
service
how
if you
did they
just do
come to
everything?
own the public infrastructure? What did they do to get it?
The public infrastructure is created.
I mean it. What do you mean it was created?
Like the public infrastructure is created through tax dollars. Tax dollars are paid consensually.
No,
by the people.
whoa. No, it's not. No, it's not. If you don't pay, you'll be shot.
No, if you don't pay, you can leave.
But they don't own the land. They're not the owner. They didn't get it through just means. The only way they could be the owner is if they got it through just means. They didn't get it through just means.
Okay, is it that every taxpayer was like put at gunpoint? It's like if you don't give money, we're gonna kill your ass. And none of them voted for the roads to
Maybe
be built
not
or voted
explicitly,
for
Not
the system.
okay, maybe not explicitly that, but if
is
you do
vote
not
notice.
pay taxes, the government will come to your house and throw you in a cage.
They didn't vote for the system that creates roads.
What about the people who didn't vote for it? Who said, I don't want my money to go to it? What about them? Fuck them.
Or would you?
What does voting do in terms of
in my
establishing
eyes,
legitimacy?
So long as you're not so long as you're like, I get what you're saying. It's still a tricky situation. I don't know. Like I can't be as binary as you are. Like I can see what you're saying, but in my eyes, so long as
You're like, oh my god, it can't be this simple. Like there must be more to it than this. Like you know what I'm saying? Like that's what you're trying to say. Is that what you're trying to say? Like not trying to be.
Well, no, I've already said like all the things that I believe make it not so simple.
Like
It's a lot. I've said a lot of things in the past.
Well, I feel like everything I had an answer for, though, like you didn't really have a consistent, like you don't have a consistent principle that ties the state to the land. Like they didn't buy it, they didn't homestead it. They're forcing people to pay in order to get it, or they stole it from someone who already owned it. So, what justifies their ownership?
Well, I guess the problem becomes I don't think anything justifies ownership under this logic. I don't think anything justifies ownership of land under this principle.
No, obviously that's not the case.
But what if I
Right,
buy? What if
I'm
I'm crash land on an island and I create myself a hut? No, I haven't violated anyone's rights. I'm just using unowned property. Wouldn't that be a just way of acquiring property?
But I think your hut would be yours, but not the earth itself.
Yes, I don't disagree with you on that. I'm not saying we own the whole earth. What I'm saying is you would be the owner of the hut, right? I would assume, right?
Yeah.
So that would be a just way of acquiring property. And then the other way we would say is through voluntary transaction of some sort. So like I give you this stick for the spear or something like that, or this or that for that. So to
And
us
why
that
is
would be just.
Why is that just?
Because you're not violating anyone's rights in order to do that.
Does this include, like, you're talking about negative rights, I'm supposing?
Yeah, we don't believe in positive rights.
What about, you don't believe in positive rights?
No, that's
No.
slavery.
Huh. Okay. Maybe there's sort of some core value differences.
Of course.
Well,
We're
we
AnCaps.
believe in like, well, obviously we believe in non-aggression.
So
Right, but
here's
we might
the
have to get
basic
into, like-
argument. Sorry, you know what? You finish, Cam. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Well, I was gonna say, like, if you want to get to like exactly what makes ownership just on our view, then we're gonna have to get into like what conflict is and how property rights function, and what makes first comers have rights. I mean, I don't know if should we go there? Like, I mean, like, the reason.
Well, fundamentally,
On
I
our
just
view-
say, to put it simply, right, is that you're not violating anyone's rights by using unowned property, and you're not violating anyone's rights by transacting with another person consensually. So that's why we support that. We believe in consent fundamentally, and in order to have a positive right, that requires another person to provide that service for you. It's not a negative right is basically like, don't stab me, don't kill me, don't shoot me, right? These are things that are basically like, don't do this thing to me. You don't have to provide me anything in order for me to live free. You just have to not stab me. Whereas if you talk about like the right to, I don't know, like water, if I have the right to water, which is a positive right, that means that somebody has to provide me that water, even if they don't want to. That's the issue. We don't think it's okay to force people and to give up their things even when they don't want to.
I guess I believe too much in like an ethics of care and like the well treatment of like the disabled and stuff like that to not believe in positive rights.
Well, the difference it's not about not it's not about not caring about poor people. Like, we care about poor people. We just don't want to do it involuntarily. Like,
Yeah. What kind of happens if like
obligation.
what happens if
Well,
like
that's just
no
what an
one
obligation is, presumably, right? I think that
Look,
it's
yeah.
what's required, but not what you want to do, right? So, for example, when we see a kid who's drowning in a lake, there's a positive duty to save their life, right?
No, I don't think you have a
and
positive duty. I think if you don't want to save a
that's the
person's life,
reductio.
huh?
Well, that's the reductio on your view, right?
Yeah,
The fact
100%.
that your view is committed in saying that you don't have a positive duty in favor of the saving of life, then that's an issue. Like, if your view
It's not an
How is it
issue
an
from my
issue?
perspective. So you think you should be forced to put yourself in harm's way or kill yourself?
We can talk about what norms are, right? So norms are things that are in accordance with one's will to reason. So
Wait, that
part
doesn't
of it is
answer my
that
question.
The norm, what does answer the question implicitly? It answers that, like, it's not forced. To be something that's forced means that it's something outside, external to your will.
Okay, so if I
norms
don't
here-
go and save somebody's,
Well, before you cut me off,
somebody's
I'll
gonna throw me in
explain this,
jail
right?
or punish me if I don't do it right.
When it comes to norms, part of it is that it's something that is legislated by yourself towards how you should act, right? Or what you expect other people to act on, right? So, if it's a case that if people have the duty to save others, well, then your reasons, you can either conform to them, right? Or not, right? You can fail on a duty. There's no forcing there. That's
Yeah,
being
again,
caused to.
positive rights are in relation to
but
being
that's why-
a right that is being forced. Like if you say I have a
That's not what
positive,
right then.
yeah, again, a positive. Yeah, that's why I was talking differentiating
Wait,
between.
doesn't the-
See, you weren't really listening to the conversation, which is something you normally do. You come into a conversation midway, and
No,
then you
we're
jump
contesting
in
what your
and you
understanding
disagree.
is, right?
Wait, stop. Without even understanding what we're even talking about, you immediately disagree with me, and then just start monologuing. And then at the end of it, I always be like, well, actually, that's not what I was talking about. That's not what I was believing in. and restate back to me what I actually said. And then when I ask you to, you're unable to. And the reason why that is because you weren't actually listening to the argument that I was making. You just want to jump in and try to make an argument against you, which is why every time you come in here, I mute you.
Wait. Oh my god.
So Salem, I'll go back to you because I actually like.
Hold on,
you.
wait. Hold on. I need to say this. Like the norms. If we're understanding positive rights as norms, right, which I think is fair, then the idea is that these norms are meant to sanction, or they do sanction actions. Or at least that's their intent. That would entail, or actions that would involve you like making someone fulfill their duty, right? Like if someone has a positive right to be saved, like the child drowning in the lake, then if someone's like able to do that, right? The idea is that they have to do that, right? Like morally. So therefore, like that action has to go through, right? Someone can come in and make them do that.
Or if you don't do it, you will be punished in some way. Like if you, so for instance, if you have a a positive right to water, right? For instance, and I don't give you that water, then you would be in that right to force me to give you that water.
That's just what the norm sanctions. Like I don't.
Yeah, that's the norm sanctions.
What that's an entailment of the norm. Like I don't.
And so that entailment we're going to be against because we don't believe it's okay to force people to do things with their property that they don't want to.
I guess. Do we imagine that without force that the positive rights? Wait. So you don't believe they exist at all? Like, do you believe like people don't have a right to life?
No.
You just have a right to like not be murdered.
You have a right to not be killed.
Why not? Wait, why? So like, let's say somebody is like born and like through some defect they're a dependent, and without support they will die. Like,
if somebody wants to if somebody wants to take care of them and to be to help them, you know, that's fine, but I just don't think somebody should be forced to. If somebody doesn't want to, I don't think they should be forced to.
Like, hold on, I just want to clarify that, like, according to, like, what we understand rights to be, it wouldn't make any sense for us to say specific, like, resources are rights, because we don't think rights are, like, physical resources. We think that they're prescriptions, norms regarding property.
Norms regarding, like, you wouldn't consider, like, the right to life a right.
I mean, not in like the positive sense.
Not in the positive sense. It's a
like it has to be like the right to not be murdered, for example.
And no, I'm not unmuting Moxie. I don't like him. He can fuck off.
I'm curious what justification, like, almost at an ontological level, because I feel like rights are, you're like where you can justify the right to not be shot. But you can't justify other sorts of rights. Like, why are negative rights ontologically established here?
Because in order to even live, you have to have the right to do not be killed, or the ability to not be killed, or the ability to have the.
Yeah,
so, for instance,
in order to live.
Yeah, like essentially because I value life, and life is the standard of value, because you can't value if you don't have life. Because of that, you have to establish some sort of norms that allow people to live. And if you are not justified in using property at all, well then that would basically mean that you wouldn't have the right to use your body, you wouldn't have the right to use any external resource, you would have to just sit there and die. So that would be an ethic for dying people. But we don't want an ethic for dying people. We want an ethic for living people to live, because we don't want to die, obviously. So in order to have that ethic, you need to establish, property rights. What rights do people have over these scarce resources? And you can't live if you don't have the right to your body. You can't live if you don't have the right to external resources. If you don't have the right to eat, well, then you'll just die. If you don't have the right to move, well, then you'll die. So all of these rights are required for life to live.
It sounds like living is like a value statement that you're, I guess.
Well, life is the standard of value. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, but yeah, life is the standard of value.
Okay. And so, how does that relate to your disagreement on the positive right to live?
Well, because in order to have a positive right, you have to violate the property rights of another person, which then violates the norms of living. So
would you consider the marginal violation of some property rights to be way worse than the death of somebody? Like let's say somebody's like drowning, or let's say someone's gonna like die of thirst for some reason or another, and somebody's like sitting on a pile of water, like would
in the context of the NAP, like
the
with
non-aggression
NAP in
principle,
mind,
if that
then
person stole that water, they would be in the wrong, because fundamentally that person went out of their way to use their own scarce resources in which they own in order to make or get or gather that water. And if you're allowed to violate that property right because you're hungry, then that opens the door for any other person to use that same argument in their favor to then steal from you. So for instance, like there's hundreds of people starving in Africa. Does that then justify them to gather up together and run to the nearest third world, first world country and just stealing everything that they can? Any justification that you use can then be used to pretty much violate your rights, and that's what we call a what do they call ununiversalizable ethic, and you need a universalizable ethic.
Can you imagine a
No,
universalizable ethic that maybe just has some provisions, or maybe like a little bit more detail than stealing good? Like, can you imagine like a marginal utility one where it's like, and by the way, like that person is like
can't
sitting
be
on like all the water.
It would be arbitrary.
Just like
it can't be. It would be arbitrary.
What do you think arbitrary is?
In the sense that in between two spectrums, you're choosing based on your whims, not based on some standards. So for instance, if I say stealing is good and stealing is bad on one side and on the other, and you say sometimes stealing is bad, you're basically choosing in between that spectrum based on your whims. Whereas the issue again when you do that is once you set a standard, that standard could then be used against you. So for instance, like I said earlier, if you set the standard, oh, well, somebody's going to die. Okay, well, if somebody's going to die, and let's say there's a hypothetical situation where someone has a disease and they're going to die if they don't rape somebody, would that then give them the right to rape somebody?
Wait, are you a deontologist?
Yeah, deontologist. Because consent is fundamentally...
so you look at the categorical imperative.
Yeah, fundamentally...
Well, it's not really like...
Wait, well, I don't know what that meant. I'll be honest with you.
It's not really like specifically Kantian. It's like libertarian. Like it's like according to.
It's
like,
a little different
ethics.
than Kantian.
Like it's still rule based, but it's not like really. I wouldn't really characterize it as like the categorical imperative, to be honest.
Look, I can imagine like a rule based utilitarian rule, that essentially says like the value.
So what are we
of life
defining as property here? Then?
The value of
what are
life
we defining as
Wait,
property?
let's let him finish, and then we can go after him if that's all right. That's.
I can imagine a rule utilitarian principle that says something like the right to life supersedes the right to pleasure.
Okay, so then the issue with the right to life supersedes the right to pleasure. So let's say I have a liver, an extra liver, and then there's another well, actually, every person has 2 testicles. They only need 1 testicle, right? So should we force 2 testicles out of people, 1 testicle from out of other people, because their pleasure, the other person's life supersedes their pleasure, right? Like, so like obviously like, or no, actually no, testicle replacement isn't a life-threatening thing, right? So that's not really a good example, right? So maybe like a kidney. Like, so for instance, like you could have 2 kidneys, you know, specifically because like I just want 2 kidneys. I feel better having 2 kidneys, but there's a whole lot of people that are better off like having another kidney or something like that. Am I saying that right? Or do we have 2 kidneys? But you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
We have 2
it's like someone has a failing kidney and you can give up one of yours. Like, should you be made to like give up your kidney to the person who needs it?
Yeah.
I think
So
that's
like, yeah.
I would love to live in a society where if I have like failing kidneys and I'm gonna die, I'd love to live in a utilitarian rule society where like somebody like
Somebody's gonna be
selected.
forced to give up their kidney against their will.
They'll be like compensated. I would
The
love
fuck?
Well, you don't.
Just have a market for kidneys. What the hell? You can literally just do this libertarian style. Holy shit, this is so inefficient. This is so inefficient.
That would not
Just
be
have a
good,
legal
bro.
market.
That's not
Just
good.
have a legal
bro.
market for kidneys.
No,
I mean, I guess in an
definitely
ideal
should
world,
Let's
from,
let him
like,
finish. Let's let him finish because let's be fair. Let's let him
Yeah.
finish.
In a situation, well, yes, if there's already a market for it, then we don't need to do that. But if it's like a scenario where there are no kidneys available, like I wouldn't want to be the one dying because of that. I don't know. Like that's
Well-
my Rawlsian rule.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
we could-
like in that situation, you would say we got to force somebody down, cut their kidney out, and give that other person a kidney.
I think it would be a little bit. You have like very graphic scenarios, like everyone's like being put into like an alleyway, raped and murdered or something like that. Like,
You
like, what
I
if
mean,
it's
it's
like,
just like
what if it's you get something in the mail and it's like, there are no kidney
Okay,
donors
so
available.
so
You
I'll
have
put it
opted
in a
into
I'll put it
this.
in
You
a
are gonna
less
get
graphic way. I'll
$20,000.
put it like okay, so let's say yo, thank you Red Tornado for the compliments on my YouTube video. Sorry, I'm concentrating on the debate, so I don't really have time to read the chats. So sorry about that, guys. Not you, but the live stream. Oh, you're on a live stream, by the way.
Okay.
So what I was going to say was like, yeah, they're their example, but they're crazy examples, but there's like a purpose to them. You know what I'm saying? But putting that aside, like a less graphic example, like okay, well then somebody's gonna have to be put into a hospital and put into sleep, and then the doctors are gonna take the thing out and give it to the other person in the kitty, and then they wake up and then they get money for it, even though they may not want it to do it. So like in that case, you would say like, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I do believe that.
Sheesh. I mean, hey,
well,
I'm sorry.
at
Like,
least they're
is there, like,
consistent.
Sounds like-
do you lose like major functioning from like losing a kidney?
It's
doesn't
my
matter.
kidney. I
Hold
don't
on.
need. I shouldn't have to give it to you if I don't want to give it to
So
you.
hold on, can I run a hypothetical real
Sure.
quick that like okay, so like the hypothetical is important because it let me just run it, right? So if we have a situation where we have this person who has 2 kidneys that are working, and then we have 2 people who have failing kidneys, right? They need kidneys to survive, right? And let's say how would we put it? Let's say that there's only enough kidneys to go around for these dying people, such that one of them can have the kidneys from the person who is living fine. How do we determining like who gets the right? Because they can't both have the right to these kidneys. Like, but if we're saying that
I get
like
what you
they
mean.
need it, then then like seemingly they would both have the right.
I
given
got
that they
one
both
last
satisfy
hypothetical
that
after
condition.
you answer this hypothetical, if that's all right too.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to it, I think the negative right to life supersedes the positive right to life.
Okay, so one last hypothetical. So let's say there's like a crazy situation where there's like a guy who needs to have sex with a woman, and if he doesn't have sex with a woman, he's gonna die in the next 30 minutes. And the woman says, "I'll have sex with you, but you need to take me on a date first. And if you don't take me on a date, you know, I won't have sex with you." Would you say if she refuses to go ahead and give him sex, you would say she should be forced to have sex with him because him not having sex would result in his death?
If I consider so like when I said life over pleasure, like I don't consider harm to be the same thing as pleasure.
Well, let's
Like, I
say
don't
like she was
consider-
indifferent with the sex. She just didn't. She just wanted to go on a date.
What? Wait. Okay. What's the key here? Like, what is the date?
Well, the
an
key is
important
that he's
part of
gonna
this
die if she
hypothetical?
doesn't give him sex. But she's saying, "I'm indifferent about the sex. I just want to go on a date. If you don't take me on a date, then I won't give you the sex." And she's able to give him the sex, but she doesn't want to give it to him because, you know, of her own like selfish desires. So, like, do you think in that situation she should be forced to have sex with him?
Does she suffer from the sex?
No.
And he will live because of the scenario.
Yeah. Like if he
think
doesn't
it would
have
be-
sex with her, he's gonna die.
Yeah, and she doesn't have any suffering.
I mean, let's say the opposite. Like as soon as he puts it in, or she like it likes it, like she enjoys it, but she doesn't want to do it.
She likes it, but she doesn't want to do it.
People can still feel pleasure while not wanting to do something, right? Like so
well,
that
I would consider like I consider pleasure more of like a psychological rather than physiological type of thing.
well, I guess in the physiological sense, right? I guess.
If she's only physiologically liking it, but like psychologically disliking it, I consider that suffering.
So then, like, wouldn't that kind of go against your standard there?
Not necessarily. So like, I guess I should have been clear when I said pleasure. It's more so like desire fulfillment versus desire unfulfillment, like more of a psychological view of like pleasure and harm. If the woman's being harmed, I don't think that, like, if there's like an abject
Well,
harm
she
being
feels
done,
more fulfilled by having the date than not doing so, but she doesn't want to give him the sex, even though this doesn't really cost her much.
The date part confuses me. Honestly, this hypothetical just has like that extra variable is just like muddying it up for me.
Sorry,
will say
I
these
guess
are
I won't
some-
mention it, but I'm just saying, like, she's
Yeah.
not giving him the sex because she just doesn't want to. Like, she doesn't have any valid reason. She just...
Oh yeah, she should not be raped.
Okay, so then, you know, she's choosing her own fulfillment as opposed to giving him life.
I wouldn't consider it her like fulfillment. Like I consider it's like
I would assume she would
consider-
feel more fulfilled not being fucked if she doesn't want it than otherwise.
I consider her like not getting fucked as like her negative right to like her negative right, whereas like something like the water example is like a positive right, like when it's like, you know what I mean?
Wait, water's not a positive right? That's a property right.
Oh no,
Private-
I apologize.
Yeah.
I mean like the honestly, like this scenario is kind of confusing me. I think I'll just take the L on it and I'll just like give up.
She must have sex with that man.
No, I will not take that L. I'll just say you're right. The thing I joined the call, which I will not have time because I'll allow you to move on, was I like and why. First of all, I mostly agree with you. I am more anarchist than not. And my definition of a state stops becoming a state. So then I'll just like consider that a win on your end.
Then you're with us.
Yeah, for the most part.
No, like,
yeah.
you seem
I'll
like
just
you're
say
more
yes.
with us than, like, having a conversation with you. The reason why I'm, like, so cool and patient with you right now is because I feel like you're smart and you seem very smart. You know what I'm saying? So, and you seem to be taking these hypotheticals. I know you're a bit hesitant to answer them, but you're putting two and two together. You're putting two and two together. You're starting to see, like, you know, you're starting to get where I'm putting down. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I think that's a good thing, bro.
I've exercised great patience. I think the guy left. I wanted to say stuff, but the thing I actually that throws me off of anarchism is just this question of like, if you don't have like if you don't have a state and a military, like, and you don't have
You
an
could have
organized
a military without a state. It would be like a private military.
Private militia.
I just don't
Or many
imagine that private militaries are going to successfully avoid getting colonized, essentially.
Oh, I got a book for you. It's called The Private Production of in the Defense of Private Production of Defense or something like that by Hoppe. I forgot what it was called.
I think that's something like that.
Something
Private
like
Production of Defense by Hans Hermann Hoppe.
There you go. You should read that.
What's the thesis?
Well, because
like,
it's just a pro free market and defense arguments in that book, basically. Also, there's another there's a YouTube video that I could send you that goes over it. It's called it's called Law Without Government. It's pretty good.
I just imagine, I guess, and what I always imagine is just like, if you don't have like, I just doubt that you can create a military of scale compared to places with states. However unethical that state is grabbing power to create that military of scale, and it becomes like it's a bad situation. But it's like, what do you do if the U.S. just decides to fucking colonize you? What do you do if Russia decides to just fucking take you over?
There's because we have. Oh, I can't send you a message because we're not friends. Whatever. But I'll just tag you in the side chat. But I was sending you a law without government video, what kind of goes over it. But basically, like when you have the private production of defense, because they don't have to deal with the economic calculation problem. People who are in the private production of defense are going to just be more efficient at creating, satisfying the desires of their customers, because they have price signals in order to allow them to coordinate the best use and wants of and needs of and most value productive route for scarce resources. And that's kind of like where the economic calculation problem goes in. Yeah. I don't know if you ever heard of that.
Not really.
Oh man, yeah, oh man, we gotta show you, bro. We gotta show you all this stuff, man. Like the reason why like I've kind of been like studying this for a while, so like I kind of like know all the answers to all this stuff. But like a lot of the AnCap stuff like is kind of hidden because there's not a lot of people who are like really believe in it and stuff. So, but like a lot of the answers that people have or questions about AnCap stuff, like there is a lot of like really, really good videos and books and stuff like that answer a lot of these questions really, really well. But like people don't really know about it. You know, they don't know much about like who Hans Hermann Hoppe is or where Rothbard is or Liquid Zulu or my YouTube channel, you know, saying so. Hey, but that's why we're here to show you the way. I have a YouTube what you call playlist that's called anarcho videos, and in there's like a whole bunch of anarchist videos that you can look through.
I did take a social movements class in second year university, and it was all about anarchism, so I got to read a lot of anarchism. So
yeah, the thing is like normal anarchist stuff is a little bit different.
Isn't it a bunch of leftists though?
Yeah, like it's we're kind of different from we're very different from leftist anarchists. So like
just letting you know, like my instructor is like an anarcho-communist. It's like it's not that different. It's not that different.
Oh, I mean, it's quite.
Bro,
different.
don't they not
It's
believe
very
in like
different.
private property?
They don't believe in property. We believe in property. That's like a huge difference.
It's like everyone kind of believes. I mean, like I know this. I'm gonna make an absurd generalization, but like most people believe in very similar things. They just kind of use different language to explain.
No, it's not. Well,
like,
I think
yes and no, because yes, they do believe in property to a certain distinct in a sense that they do believe in the exclusionary use of certain property, especially like your body. Like most communists would not say, oh, you know, you could just enslave other people, like they would be against that. But they are against the concept of property in terms of private property, and that's our huge difference. Like we don't have a problem with private business. We don't see any issue with that, whereas they do. And that's honestly the major difference between us anarchists and comms and AnCaps is we just don't have a problem with property and private business. And that's the huge difference between us. And that's why our solutions to a lot of these issues are completely different, because of that one mere disagreement.
I'm curious. Do you know about the Borderlands franchise?
Not really.
Borderlands?
Okay. Yeah, the games.
Borderlands, right?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
no, I've never played it before. I'll be honest.
The game essentially depicts an anarcho-capitalist society, and the vision they paint, at least, I mean, it's a game, so it's not like source Borderlands. It's like, but the vision they depict is essentially private militias and basically like various monopolies of power and a lot of violence between.
How is that AnCap?
That would be AnCom, right?
Why is that the case?
Well, because we don't believe in initiatory violence.
Well, it doesn't matter what you believe in. If like a corporation can secure power,
It's not like anarcho-capitalist though. Like in terms of like people aren't upholding the non-aggression principle. That would be.
It would have to
Well,
be
you,
for
you
violated.
ANCAP
can't
to
you can't
work.
just like vibe trust. You can't like vibe trust that like people are gonna uphold a principle. You create a
Well,
Well,
you
I'm
do
just
that.
saying
Wait a
that,
minute.
like,
You do
it's
that with
not
the.
what we
Do you
believe,
not
though.
do that with the Constitution? Don't a large enough portion of the people in the society have to agree to the Constitution in order for it to, at least enough to make the difference? If not, I mean, the Constitution is just a fucking piece of paper. I mean, what makes it so special that everyone believes that, you know, it's still upheld? The only reason why it's upheld is because enough people agree with it or believe in it, so that they can, you know, they could use their force and might to subsidize the rest. And if
I
we
mean,
could
like,
do that
would
with the
there
NAP,
be-
you know.
But would there be like a constitution for this non-state?
No, because it's not. Well,
Our constitution
I
is the
don't-
non-aggression principle. That's our
No, like,
constitution. Yeah.
Constitution seems to be like a thing of like governments, unless like I don't know what sense it would make for a private organization.
No,
to
our
have a
principle would be our
constitution. I mean,
constitution. You know what I'm saying? Well,
would they? I
it's
don't
not in the constitution in the general sense of the word, but in the sense that we believe in the non-aggression principle. That is the law. That is the defining principle of what makes a person an ANCAP. If you are an ANCAP, like, you believe in the non-aggression principle. If you don't believe in the non-aggression principle, you are not an ANCAP. Like, that is the defining feature.
Yeah, that's like cool at like a theoretical or identity level, but like the idea is that when corporations get power, how do we prevent them from
Guns.
using that power for violence? Oh, guns.
Yeah, us ANCAPs
I mean,
love
why
guns.
is
E-
why is the
even if it's, like-
expectation that
like,
they'll just
what-
like start like using violence and like I don't know what do you expect will happen? They'll just start like pillaging like I don't understand.
I mean, that happens all the time throughout society. Yeah, people gain power. Like, power begets power.
Yeah, but like that's the government's doing it, right?
But
Like they're the ones
even
that
with
start the wars
states,
and
even with
murder and
states that are
pillage.
near each other, we have 50 states within the United States. How often do they go to war with each other?
like you don't see like
I'm pretty sure the federal government is preventing that from happening.
Okay, but how often is America going to war with other countries? Very rare. I
All
mean,
the time. Yeah.
well, I mean, if you compare it to how many wars they would normally get into in the past, it's not as much. And the reason why that is because generally it's more, well, it is more. It's more profitable.
Violence, wouldn't it?
Well, it is more power. It is more profitable as a society and or as people and as general as mankind to cooperate than to go to war. Well, going to war is very costly, and
Well,
yeah.
well, corporations don't function at like a mankind level. I mean, if we're going on like historical examples, the further back we go, the more civil war and civil unrest you see. It's like the more the nation state, as a concept, globalizes, like the more the world gets interconnected. Like, yeah, there's shit still going on, but these nations and these governments create, you know, there's
Like if
it's
how
not
about this?
great.
Like if
I
I
know
were to
that
ask
Iran is
you,
getting invaded right now, but
I mean, listen, if I were to ask you if France and Germany, like 1,000 years ago, France and Germany were to be in perpetual peace with each other, you would laugh in my face. Whereas now, I mean, if I was to say that Germany and France were to go to war with each other, you'd probably look at me with your eyebrow up. You know what I mean? Like, what? And the reason why that is because, you know, as people become more capitalistic and more respecting of property rights, they start to realize that cooperation begets more wealth. And war, especially when you have a different incentive structure, right? When you have the incentive structure of the state, which is essentially they can steal money from people and then use that money for their own will, then it actually is can be a good, like very justified for a state to go to war because they can just like take people's money and then profit at the
probably
war.
noticed this
Whereas
mid-sentence, but like the progression or like downfall of like anarchism as a value principle, like the world was more anarchistic when it was more warring. The more government.
They weren't no. People weren't being like, oh, we're against states. No, what happened was they just didn't. It just wasn't a thing yet. So yeah.
Wait,
But the thing is,
like, where in history are you?
Let me finish my point. My point was, and I'm almost done, was essentially that because there's a different incentive with private companies as they are in it for profit and they can't just steal money from people who are within a group, because those people will just stop buying their services. What ends up happening is they are disincentivized. They are much more disincentivized to go to war than, say, a state is, because they don't have that group of people they could just steal money from. They have to fund it themselves.
I will notice that I was very wrong about what I said about states or places being more anarchistic in the past. I think what did happen is that, or what does happen is that as states become larger, civil unrest becomes less common. And I think that, I don't know, like, going back to my source, the Borderlands franchise, is the vision I always kind of had was power kind of, I don't know, at least as far as I've seen throughout history, like, where power centralizes, it keeps going further and further, and it goes to dominate. And I don't see, you know, unless companies have some sort of check on them, I feel that they will go and dominate and try.
Well, there could be private insurance firms, right? Like that can,
it's
you know,
not
do
like
something like that.
It's not like in a free market. It's just like you can just like do anything, and there's not gonna like be anything or any sort of like what do you call it, like repercussions, right? Like you're imagining that like.
Though.
What are you talking about? What?
There is gonna be someone to stop you, and it would just be like another like power, and it would just be like power versus power and violence. And how do we deter
that?
peace?
You do understand we can have like adjudication, right? That is dispute resolution without government, right? It's not just complete barbaric chaos without government. Like government isn't
Actually,
the thing
they
that,
had
like,
something kind of similar to in medieval Iceland, where they had you know, private adjudication of law, disputes and stuff like that. Zulu had a video.
technically,
effective.
Technically, you
I
could
mean,
probably characterize it more like
that's what they say. I mean,
private
I wasn't there, so
enforcement.
I don't know.
Like, the enforcement of rights was private in the sense that, like, there were a multitude of decentralized, I'm not sure what you'd call them, like, firms maybe, that would go ahead and, like, enforce your rights if need be. Like, but when the adjudication, right, when the dispute resolution was done, I'm pretty sure that was done through a sort of centralized body. I at least know there was some sort of legislature. But then when it came time to, like, okay, we've had a ruling made by some judge, I guess. How that's going to be enforced was like done privately. It wasn't done through like.
Oh, in the United States, there are some HOAs that hire private police, and you know, they're
you
cheap.
have private arbitration.
Yeah, they like actually they tend to be cheaper than hiring the normal police, and they say that they're better. And the reason why that is when you are forced to, when you're not forced to pay for a person's services, that person isn't actually incentivized to give you a good service, because if not, you could just leave. Whereas the state, you're forced to pay.
Okay. I'm curious. I suppose this would be my last point. Is that, and maybe this is like the most obvious one, but let's say we get this AnCaps society, and it does lots of progress, it does lots of progression to the point where it becomes meaningfully large on the on a global scale, and you need like a representative, and like what would you consider, like once this AnCaps society has like really developed, what would you consider its main difference compared to the state system to be?
It would be voluntary.
Okay. I think
and that's the difference that matters, right? You know what I mean? Fundamentally. And that's it.
I guess there are certain things that I consider to be good things that the government does, which includes, generally speaking, what I find to be meaningful to me is representation for minority groups, so that privileged majorities have some sort of obligation to create a fairer world for disprivileged minorities and create kind of a level playing scale. And I just like, for example, like you know, like
equality is the goal in your eyes?
yeah, like
Do you want to know?
the idea?
Do you want to know what the most? Do you want to know what the most oppressed minority is? The individual.
Billionaires.
The individual.
The individual.
The individual.
It's very deep.
And gamers.
Hard R. Wow.
No, but no. The reason why I say that, but you get why I'm saying that. You know what I'm saying?
No.
So the reason why I say that is because fundamentally, the greatest minority, the most oppressed minority is the individual, in the sense that every individual is forced by the state in order to pay into its system. And each individual doesn't have, because of the system, they don't have a say over what they want, what they want they could do over their own body. And this is literally everybody in the system. Every individual is a part of this minority because we're all individuals.
I understand that. What about like black people that got redlined or something? Like, what do we do if
what about them?
Yeah, I'm
what do we
against the
do with, like,
state
historical
forcing businesses
inequalities?
not to sell to black people. I would be against that, yes.
Yeah, that would definitely be fun.
But I am
like,
also against
what-
the state
that-
forcing people to serve black people if they don't want to. Like, if a business doesn't want
Yeah,
to serve
like,
a black
but-
person, I think that's fine.
What do we do about that? Like, what
Well,
if
I mean, it's
people are
not
just, like,
fine,
racist?
but... Well, I
What if
mean,
people are
you
just,
could
like,
boycott
racist?
it.
Who?
You don't have to buy it. Like, if there's a racist business, you can just boycott them, and then they will lose money eventually.
Like, imagine like if like big businesses like tried like doing like racial discrimination like they used to. Like, that just wouldn't work culturally, right? So there's already a strong pressure, like in terms of the market, against businesses that try to discriminate. It's not like we need. I don't know if like this even addressed what was being said, but I just want to note that like you don't need government to like stop like bad discrimination. Like, I would agree, like, yeah, racial discrimination is wrong, but it's not really an issue. I don't think. Like, it just depends on the culture, I think. Right?
Yeah, and
Like,
also
whatever
Jim
wants
Crow
to-
laws were laws that like a lot of people use Jim Crow as an example, but Jim Crow was like a law enforced by the state. Like, they force businesses to
Yeah,
segregate.
like,
I would be against that.
You
Like,
should consider that I'm not like unconditionally for states. I dislike governments almost more than I like them. So, probably.
Then why do you like? Why are you not an anarchist?
yeah, join us.
Said you
Join
aren't.
us.
Said you used to be.
Well, yeah, well, like I understand the vibe, but I'm not an anarchist because I think that like these types of like political identifications are like cool things to like autism over, but like on a day-to-day basis, it's just like not.
I mean, I like
practical.
black people. I love white people. I love Spanish
I
people.
love black people.
I'm a Spaniard myself.
Nice. I love black people. But I don't know, like in situations where it's just I think it'd be cool to have a voice for minority groups. I don't know where that fits in.
Like, what is that, like, a voice for
Like,
minority
does it
groups?
does
What
it
does that
have
mean,
to
though?
be a state that does that? Like, why does the state have to be the one that does that?
I guess it's just a power which is not, and I this is like like anything I say is gonna get like dunked on because like government bad and government do bad things, but it's generally what I want is like an institution that gains power that doesn't have a profit incentive, that isn't trying to benefit itself.
Well, and like a financial profit, you mean? Incentive?
Yeah.
That's called a nonprofit.
How's that sustainable?
What do you mean? Nonprofits are sustainable. They just just don't, whatever profits they make, they either reinvest or they put into the charity to help more people.
I was working under an assumption that nonprofits were at least in some capacity subsidized. Maybe I was completely wrong.
I don't think so.
I would be against that, but I don't think so. Not all of them.
Okay.
Also, like,
I mean, yeah.
why? What's with like this? Like, you said like you want some sort of organization. I guess that's the government for you, but it doesn't operate on like the profit incentive. Like, okay, even if that's like the case, like, what is exactly preferable about that? Like, why do you want this kind of like at least one kind of organization, like a big one that's like this?
I think the profit incentive eventually is just like has like a death drive. I see like
A
for
death
example like
drive?
so like for example like
Fuck.
I am a gamer, and before these corporations got so big, like these games were about like the actual art of the game, and there are choices made to create something that doesn't maximize for profit and instead created something unique and interesting and allowed like developers to essentially be artists. As like some of these franchises that I really like get bigger and bigger, like profit incentives keep going higher and higher and giving people quote what they want, which
Abolish
is like
intellectual property.
which is basically like which is basically like just like
That might be related,
making
actually. But...
No, like if we do,
very
no, like
addictive.
I'm not joking around. I'm serious. Like if we abolish intellectual property, that wouldn't be an issue anymore because anytime like, the only reason why these companies are like, for instance, like the Elder Scrolls. I'm a huge Elder Scrolls, KingSithis, you know, whatever. So I love the Elder Scrolls, right? The only reason why there's hasn't been a new Elder Scrolls game is because the Todd Howard and Bethesda owns the right to owns the intellectual property rights to the Elder Scrolls. If other businesses or other companies were allowed to create those types of video games, like an Elder Scrolls video game, without having to ask permission from the state or that patent holder, then yeah, you would see more video games.
I guess, yeah, I think you're actually right about that. I think the
Or, like open
incentives-
up like more doors for like innovation. I think like more creativity actually.
I think you are right about that, by the way, which is a
Based.
Based.
I think another thing or along this line is like probably the deeper core of like the profit incentive problem for me is that like it kind of works under, I mean, I don't know, like free markets kind of work under this assumption which I brought up before, which is that people want what they want, or people will pay for what they want, or something along the lines of like essentially privileging want, and shit like McDonald's happens and shit like TikTok happens and people are kind of like stupid and degenerate, and I would want I don't know.
So is this like paternalism or like what?
Oh, you can have like covenant, religious
bit.
covenant communities. You
A
know
little
what I'm
bit.
saying?
Yeah, I think it is a degree of paternalism where it's like letting, if like
Ew.
people just like vote with their dollar, like people are basically just going to kill themselves and like have like a degenerate, like destroyed society.
Well, then that goes into sort of
Everybody
like the
fucking right to
self-ownership
kill myself.
argument. Like that kind of goes into like self-ownership of like, if are people allowed to do what they want with their body, even though it might be considered to be disgusting, inappropriate for like other people.
Well,
you know,
if people know what they're doing, like I don't think that like, for example, people who are like on TikTok like really understand what they're doing to themselves. I think people are like very stupid on a general basis.
I feel like this like kind of reasoning is so easy to turn back on you. Because like by what standard like are you saying people are like too dumb to think for themselves? Like they're too dumb to know what's best for themselves. Like I can just say the exact same thing to you. No, what you're saying is extremely retarded and you should be thrown in a mental asylum. Like what do you like? I don't understand this reasoning.
yeah, you shouldn't be allowed to drive a car because you don't seem competent enough, or you know, you shouldn't be allowed to use a toaster because you're not like, you should get a license to use your freaking toaster.
I understand.
No, I'm not saying that as an insult though. I don't think you're stupid. I'm just saying that as like a hypothetical.
No, I understand. I think
I'm just saying that I think it's a
I think
very
that's
like
fair
slippery
enough, but
slope. Like
it
and it's
creates,
actually like
I guess it creates like it's already created a society that I find to be, I mean, like obesity rates are at an incredible high for like children and stuff like that. Like, that's concerning, isn't it? It's
Yes.
like a little bit of paternalism for the kids.
Yes, but
Wait, there's a
that's-
difference between children and adults though. Like that's already like
But those are
That's already
those
like
are
a-
Is
like
that difference reflected? Like
those
the
are situations that
policy?
are being
What?
caused by the decisions of the people themselves. Like people make, because people really like fast food and shit like that. Like they tend to eat more fast food. They get to get fat. Like now, if you're talking about like something that affects a child or something like that, like you know, we do believe in the guardianship role. Like of you know that in the guardianship role, like a person who is a parent of a child, they have to do what's in the best interest of that child, like you can't do things to harm it, and overfeeding it a bunch of like fast food over and over again to the point where it's like dying or like it's
Is there,
having
like, a
serious like
private CPS?
obesity. I would consider that to be like child abuse to a certain, you know what I'm saying? Like, so
Yeah,
you wouldn't be
who,
allowed
like-
to do
who,
something
like,
like that.
Who like enforces you to like not child abuse?
Private rights
When you ask about
enforcement.
enforcement, do you mean like in terms of courts or in terms of like people who are actually going out and like enforcing these things where it's like, I don't know, like police or
I don't know.
like
What is the
agents
mechanics
or-
behind this? Like how?
yeah, I mean like
where's-
there's multiple levels. Like there's
Yeah,
the
so
level
it
of where
really
it's
just
like
depends on like like how it's figured out. Like let's say another person sees it and they go, "Oh my god, that's really fucked up." They can either deal with it themselves, they can contact the rights enforcement agency or the rights enforcement agency of the person who is it's under. They can, you know, call it nonprofit or some charity organizations. Like there's way, and if you're violating the property
take
rights
it
of
to
an
court,
innocent,
I mean.
yeah, you can take it to court. There's
like that's the first thing I imagine.
there
would
isn't
happen.
one solution to all of this. It's like hundreds of, because there's a free market, there's like tons of solutions, and there may be even solutions we won't even be able to think of because there are tons of people who come up with ideas that we couldn't even think of on our own as a free market. You know, that's sort of the thing about it.
Is there like a privatized like child protective service?
It could be, yeah. There could be charities that who are in their job that like people who really, or nonprofits who really like go out of their way to check people, to, you know, monitor like if it's people, and if they see there's some sort of wrongdoing, then they can like report it to the rights enforcement agencies, and then they can do something about it, and, you know, maybe put them up for adoption. Or it could be like adoption agencies that can, you know, take over the rights of children, and, you know, and then sell the rights of the adoption to another person in order to make a profit, and then, you know, that kid is being put into a good house while they're also making money. So that can basically, because they're making a profit, that incentivizes them to put as many children in good homes as they can, as to you know, make as much money as they're able.
Okay.
So that would be like selling the right to adoption, or like, let's say there's a parent that doesn't want their kid anymore and they want to sell the right to take care of them. They should be allowed to do that, like, because that incentive, that could like, you know, create an incentive for people who want kids, and they could use that money to basically take care of the kids that they already existing have. Once they adopt, they sell off the rights to other people. You know, it's like a lot of these adoption agencies, they're like publicly funded, or they get.
Like, why would somebody like, so like there's an excess of like kids who need to be adopted and kids who go for foster care. Like, why would somebody pay to adopt when they could get one for free?
Oh, because they could get in the head of the line. Get ahead of the line. They can pick a child that they specifically want.
There's an excess already.
Yeah, but then, I mean, well, that could, it's said to, I mean, it could be, I don't really know the specifics of how it's working right now. I really
Wait,
don't.
there's an
But I'm pretty sure there are waiting lists for people who do want kids, aren't there?
Really? There's like, I've heard like.
I've heard that
overloaded
people have to be on,
foster
like, people
systems.
have to be on, like, waiting lists.
wait, overloaded foster systems, isn't that a failure of the government if it's public? Because they're not adequately like allocating these children, as strange as that sounds.
Yeah, if there is an adoption agency that's private, they can sell the rights to adoption to other people, and then they can use that money to take care of the existing ones, and until they find them a home. That could be like a business.
Also, like how exactly does like do
I know that there's
governmental-
definitely a demand for people who want kids that can't have them on their own, right? So, you know, that could be one way to find.
What about for like the undesirables? What about like
the undesirables? Like, who is that? What the fuck? Like,
I get what you're saying, but the way you said it is really funny.
Yeah. Yeah, like the kids that no one wants.
I mean,
I don't know.
Like, I know this is gonna sound really fucked up, but at some point, like, every system is gonna be like, tough luck. You know what I'm saying? It's just tough luck.
I thought this might
Like,
be
what kind of
the-
kids are we talking about? Like, what?
Because even
the
in
fuck
the
are they, like-
United States, even in every country, like there's gonna be kids that like somebody doesn't want. There's always gonna be one kid that's like somebody doesn't want. You know what I'm saying? And there's nothing that the government really can do to solve that unless they like start forcing people to take care of kids, which I would be against, obviously. So, I mean, if nobody wants to take care of a kid,
Well, the idea would
I mean,
be,
like, fuck, I mean, it's just
taxpayer
tough luck.
dollars for like caretaker roles. Like,
taxation is theft.
Well,
well, I like. There's a certain degree where I'm like, a poor billionaire is gonna be like a little bit of theft from the poor billionaire and his yachts to like make sure that an autistic kid is taken care of. Like, I'm a little okay with that.
I mean, I
Like,
could say
I
that.
don't-
Couldn't I say that about the third world and you, right? Like, I mean, who cares about you and your excess wealth when you know there's
Yes, I do
starving
actually
third
believe
world?
that. I do believe that like all of the ridiculous amount of excess of wealth that like the Western world has, which by the way is off of like the slave labor of the rest of the world, like I do believe it should be distributed. Like, I don't think that some Malaysian kid should fucking die.
So wait, like, are you like kind of like responsible for that Malaysian kid dying? Because like I'm sure you have some extra money. Like you could put that money and give that money to a kid in some other or some charity that
It's like
quite
altruism.
literally save somebody's life. But you're choosing
if
not
I-
to. You're choosing
yeah.
to keep it in your wallet, in your own pocket. Like what's wrong with you?
I do believe that I like. First of all, like I do come from like a very like I'm like close to homeless myself, so it's like a little challenging for me to give like my analysis. But I do think the average person should be and is responsible in like a Peter Singer way for those people.
So you're like a
Fuck that
murderer,
guy.
kind of, because like you have some extra money, like you have a smartphone, I assume, like you have excess stuff, like you have a, you know, I'm sure you have stuff that like your average poor person in like a third
the
world
fuck
country
do I owe
does
these
not,
poor people?
you know, don't have. I can't like live without like you like in America we generally have like food and like running water and things like that, like, you know, in abundance. So like you're kind of, by choosing not to give up your like sell your shit and, you know, give some money to some, you know, charity that could help a person that's dying, you know, you're kind of responsible for those people's death because you could help them, but instead you're choosing to keep it for yourself and indulge in your own pleasures.
Like, as I follow like Peter Singer's example, like I believe there are degrees of moral responsibility. I believe that like if a person is barely getting by in a Western nation and like barely surviving, I don't necessarily
Well, how do you
consider-
define barely getting by? I mean, like you're able to live, you have a place. I'm assuming you have a place to
Barely.
sleep. You have food, you have water. You know, like you're not dying. Like I assume, like you seem to be okay.
I mean,
like,
there are people worse off, right? Like,
you know,
gotta
like, you
give
know,
them
there
a
are people
little-
way
come on.
worse off. You know.
Like,
So like I would compare like my relative excess compared to like a billionaire and like then do like the
Yeah, but you're a
equation
billionaire
of-
compared to like a homeless person in Africa that has nothing, right?
is that like a counter argument to what I was gonna say?
Yeah, so you should be robbed.
If it was me and then if like the two people in the equation was me and then the African kid, I would say that yes, I do. It would be just for me to give my stuff to them. If the equation actually involves a billionaire who
So you're a
could
murderer.
probably single-handedly
You are responsible for that Ethiopian kid starving that because you didn't put.
Yeah,
you
no, I like the
You're
way
not
this
being-
guy
you're not
King
being
is
good
going.
faith.
No, he's right. You compare it to an African, like even though you're only earning like 30,000 a year, you're a billionaire compared to him.
I earn less than that.
Well, I mean, even if it was
Okay,
$10,000 a year, that's still a lot. Like a fucking, there are people
Yeah.
that live off the $300
You're still
a
a
year.
billionaire, bro. You
Yeah,
deserve
like that's a
to
lot of
be
money, dude.
What is a
killed
billionaire?
in the
Well, it may not
streets
be
of
in
Africa
terms of like you may
for
not
your
be a
money.
billionaire, but
How
you're
do you
maybe
define
like
a
you're maybe a
billionaire?
multi-millionaire
Well, King,
compared to them.
No,
Like
King,
you know what I'm
back
saying?
me up,
Like
back
you're
me up
definitely
here.
like a
This guy
multi-millionaire.
is-
Like that's a
Dude,
lot.
King, back me up,
Oh.
back me up here. Back me up, King. Back me up.
Okay.
Like this
Back him
guy
up.
deserves
Back
to
his
be.
ass
He
up.
deserves to be killed. Like he's making $10,000, $12,000 a year in America. This guy on the streets of Africa, he deserves to get killed and have all of his money taken.
Okay,
So, like, we can
that's-
support
it.
you are Salem. You are contributing to the death of the Ethiopian guy and Ethiopia.
That is exactly
That's right,
the
King.
argument.
That's
I
right,
should be-
King. That's
I should be
right.
killed, and Jeff Bezos should
That's
get another
right.
yacht.
That's right.
No, he should be stolen
No,
from
no,
to
no.
give
Don't
to
worry
you,
about Bezos,
and
bro.
then you
We're-
should be
we're
stolen from
focusing
to
on
give to them.
small- No, okay. Bezos has like
Do you know what I'm
security
saying?
and like armed guards and stuff.
Wait, hold on,
accumulation
Travis.
of wealth
All right, all right.
All right, Travis.
I'm trying to argue on behalf of King's
I
perspective.
listen.
Yes,
I
agree.
listen. Whoa. I respect the, but I got myself. I got this. Go ahead,
Are
Salem.
you sure about that?
Yeah, I got it, bro. Don't just
All right,
let him
just
go.
One at a time.
Yeah. Go ahead, Salem.
I mean, I already made my point.
Sorry, I didn't really hear what you said.
Actually, no,
over-
I didn't make my point. So I just
Yeah, you were
Yeah, yeah,
interrupting
yeah.
him a
10
lot,
times in a row.
bro. I didn't hear what he had to say either. You were interrupting
Because
him
you
a
were
lot.
talking, Travis. Please stop talking.
Bro,
You don't-
you
Oh,
were
it's
the
my
one that
fault.
kept babbling.
Yes,
yeah,
stop
You were
talking,
the one that
please.
kept babbling. All right, little bro.
just for a couple minutes. All right, go ahead.
What do you want me? Okay, I would say that there are different degrees of moral responsibility, and people who have, like, there's a degree of marginal utility depending on how much money you have. If you have so much money that like $1 million can be just thrown away and you wouldn't even notice it, like you should be giving that $1 million to somebody whose lives, like, you could save
Why?
an insane
Wait,
amount of
wait,
lives.
wait. Would you say the same thing about like bread or like leftover food?
What do you mean?
Like you have like we have we have a whole bunch of like excess food. Like, do you ever have leftover food that you just throw away or no? Or do you always like?
No, not really.
You're talking about like Las
You
Vegas
never,
buffets.
so like you never thrown away food?
Not really.
Oh, come on.
Do you guys know about these Las Vegas buffets? Like they give it to pig farms.
You've never thrown away food?
Yeah.
Come on. We've all thrown away some food.
Like I've had food like go bad.
No,
It's
come
not
on. We've
purpose.
all thrown away some food before. Come on, we've
Like-
all eaten,
like,
had
just
bought
to-
a little. You've never gone to a restaurant and gotten more than you needed, and then just threw out the little extra left.
Like, look, I am from poverty. I don't throw away food.
Oh my god. Okay, so let's say I have some extra food,
Broca.
and I just decided to toss it off and throw it in the trash. Like, are you saying I'm doing something wrong? Because that's food that could like help a poor person, but I'm like throwing it out.
It like unless it's like I don't think it's like feasible for you to like box up that shit and
Okay,
send
like
Africa,
let's
so-
assume we could. we could
Wait,
like,
why does it matter if it's feasible?
Because what are
Don't
you
you
gonna
still have an
do?
obligation?
What
Don't
are
you
you
still have
gonna
an
do?
obligation?
It's like
Can you do it? Is it possible that you can do it? Shouldn't you put your utmost effort into trying to make this happen if you have an obligation to do this to people, like
Yeah,
for
bro.
people?
Yeah, bro. Like you're
Like,
like,
it seems like
that
there's a
poor
strict standard
Ethiopian
bureaucrat,
is
dude.
dying because you're not.
I don't know.
How are you-
That's your
how are
problem.
you
That's
gonna
your
do it?
problem. That's your problem. You have an
Are you
obligation
gonna
to
just
help
like
these
walk
people.
across the ocean?
I don't know.
No,
That's
you
your
could put it
problem.
in a
If you have an
container.
obligation,
You could put it in a container,
you're
find your
obligated
local
to.
homeless guy, and give it to him. Like, but most people
Yeah,
don't
or
do that.
something
So,
like
like, if
that.
you don't do that, if you just throw the food away, you're saying like, oh, you're violating someone's rights because, you know,
like make
That's
it like
in-
you're
that
just
could've
giving
gone
it
to a
to
homeless
there
guy.
Are, in ethics, there are like more sophisticated ways to like do an analysis like this. Like you can use words like morally permissible. Like if something morally permissible is something that can be debated or not. If you're like, I don't know, if you have like a pizza and there's like a homeless dude there and then you just toss it in the trash and stomp on it, I'd consider you a piece of shit.
Yeah,
yeah,
is that
but like, is
permissible, though?
he doing something wrong there? Like, is he contributing to that person's death?
Whether like I can give like a metaphysical analysis of like contributing to somebody's death, like I don't know if I speak in those terms. Whether I'm giving a moral analysis, like if somebody does that, I'd consider that like an unethical thing to do.
Is it
Well, I
like
know it's
is it like
unethical,
permissible
but
though?
I'm saying like if that person died, would you say that person should be punished for the fact that he decided to not give it to that person? Because you know that's excess.
Like, what if
wealth.
the guy starved to death and the person's like, I'm just gonna throw his pizza away? Like, what's the analysis there? Is there responsibility on the pizza owner's end?
Like, I don't know. I guess I would have to like. This is like a hill I need to die on, and like, I'm getting pretty tired. I'll probably die on one more hill. But I would like to live in a society where people who do things like that are punished.
Gotta give up
For
your
what?
kidney.
Wait, what was the crime?
Anyways, actually, I'm kind
Crime.
of getting tired, guys. So, you know, it was a really actually, Salem, I like you, bro. I already added you, so and we should definitely talk again if you see us in here or you see me live on my YouTube channel or whatever. like you come in here and have a chat. So,
Okay.
and Cam,
have
you know,
a good time.
as always, it was a good time. Have a good night, man.
See you, Sithis.
Oh, you too, William. Oh, I forgot you were in here. Have a good night, William. And
Hey, really just
have a
Travis,
great night.
sorry I muted you, but like you were kind of like interrupting us a bunch of times.
I didn't even realize you muted him.
Like you just kept interrupting us over and over again. That's why I kind of muted you. So like, if you're gonna come in here, like wait your turn to talk, and yeah.
Is it because my voice is so much more authoritative?
Please don't unmute him.
Like, right?
Don't
Please
unmute
don't
him.
unmute
Yeah,
him.
he's just gonna keep doing it, so I'm not gonna.
I got the perm.
So have a good night, everybody. See y'all. All right, have a good night, everyone, and I'll see you guys later. Thank you guys